Good morning, everybody. Oh, I'll leave audio. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I will call this April 7th, 2025 meeting of the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners to order. Welcome everybody in the room here with us and to everyone who's joined us online. As we do every Monday morning, each and every Monday morning, we start off with public comment. So we would love to hear from folks in the room with us and also online. If you're interested in making public comment and you're in the room, raise your hand. Okay, I got 3. And then how about online? How many folks have joined us online who are interested in making a public comment? Got a couple there. Got a few. Okay. So we'll start in the room, and in honor of Jim being with us, Jim, why don't you come up and go first?
Okay. I went back to work. I used to come every week. The reason I'm coming today is the gooey ducks. The gooey ducks are, as I understand it, being accused of killing whales. And this I can say is amazing. So I better come down here and find out what the story is. First of all, every year in the spring, I've complained about weed and feed. Weed and feed is toxic to the marine environment. It says so right on the material safety data sheet. Not only that, it's probably the most abused form of insecticide, of herbicide I know, because it's a mixture of 2,4-D and fertilizer. And people buy a bag of it down Henry's or little yards, and they go out and they spread it around with their hands. Their grandchildren come out and play in the yard, and cats walk across the yard and lick their paws and sit on the sofa and things of this sort. Weed and Feed says, if you read the material, the safety data sheet, that the person should wear high top rubber boots, tuck their pants into the tops of the boots. They should wear a face mask, cover their hair, have rubber or plastic gloves, and the clothes should be washed in a separate from the rest of the clothes. Now, it is definitely toxic to the marine environment. So I read about gooey ducks killing killer whales. I mean, this is absurd. Of all the problems we have, that probably is one of the least ones. Even the pharmaceutical drugs, birth control pills, for instance, in some places, birth control pills, the concentration reaches enough that affects the salmon fertility. That people don't realize that municipal sewage plants, all they're doing is making it safe, so that we don't get cholera or something of this sort. It does not do away with things like heavy metals, pharmaceutical drugs, things of this sort. As a result, they go out in the sound. So it's a catastrophic situation. Anyway, I see my time is about up. I'm afraid to walk on the beach for fear of being attacked by one of these killer clams. Take care, and it's good to see you guys.
Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Would you like to go next?
Sure. Oh, I'm expecting some other people. They are delayed. Basically, there were supposed to be 4 of us here, and I'm concerned, and they are concerned, and many other people are also concerned about the potential for commercial logging and clear cutting in Port Ludlow. The timber settlement agreement is due to expire next month on May 8th. And we've talked to people. We talked to David Wayne Johnson at DCD, and we've talked to people in the community. And I've sent you something, and we're on board with allowing these agreements to expire if certain conditions are met that would prevent what happened in 2014. Basically, in 2014, the Port Lidlow Authority asked DNR for permission to log, and the result was this, and most people were not concerned until it actually happened. I think that the same situation might apply now, that people are concerned, but not really concerned yet. The thing that I learned from talking to DCD is that the county assessor's office has the open space reserved zoned property in Port Ludlow marked as designated forest land. And DCD, David Wayne Johnson in particular, says that that was an oversight, that that should not be true. What that allows to happen is that the owner of the property, in this case, Port Ludlow Authority, can go to DNR and ask for logging permits. And except for certain technical requirements that have to be met, they'll be granted and they have no real discretion. However, the law, the Master Planned Resort Statute of state law, says that the county is making a choice when they establish a master planned resort. They're deciding not to have this land within the boundaries be intended for commercial logging or commercial agriculture. So I think both we and DCD would like to see the designation changed by the county assessor's office to block PLA from being able to get the permits and do the logging before we find out. In the repeat of 2014, we'd also like contact between DCD and DNR to prevent the owners from later asking for a redesignation of the property, which is allowed by state law, apparently. Now, if you look at the two statutes in question here,
That's 3 minutes.
okay. The rest of what I have to say is outlined in what I've provided.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Maggie, did you have something you wanted to add today?
The contractor and the county acknowledged some things happened at the 209A shelter that should not have happened. However, it has resulted in the injured consumer being targeted gang style by employees, a toxic brew of intimidation, badgering, hostility, gaslighting, scapegoating, renunciation, and hand washing. May I remind you that April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. So this fits in right with assault awareness. A glaring lack of concern and care and empathy for the wrongly assaulted, wrongly accused, injured consumer. They are told to shut up. A high-pressured, in-your-face insistence that it did not happen the way it happened, or indeed, employees said it never happened at all. This type of employee-initiated consumer harassment is very common after an incident like this. It not only strikes fear into the injured consumer, but all consumers, making them feel as if they have a loaded gun to their head and their survival hinges on them shutting up, resulting in Stockholm Syndrome. As this is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, Stockholm Syndrome is when someone feels they will be harmed or someone they loved will be harmed if they do not do what the perpetrator says. It's called defending assault by saying the victim is the offender. When this is patently not true, so I'm asking you to please prioritize the safety of people at the 209A shelter and tell them their behavior, their employee behavior is not acceptable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maggie. Okay. We'll go to the folks online who have their hands up. You want to bring Jim, Teresa, and Ed over? And we'll start with Ed Bowen once he's over. Tierce and Shelley are now also have their hands up. And Jane. Okay, Ed, when you're ready, you'll have 3 minutes for public comment.
Yeah, good morning, Ed Bowen, West Jefferson. Was absent last week, so I'll fill in this week. Still wondering what's going on with our roads out here. I'm pleased with the Oil City effort. That was exemplary on behalf of the county's part to get to that real quick. Still concerned about South Shore. I found out a lot myself, but I don't know where the county's headed. The update on the website does show a new photograph of a footpath, but that's dangerous. I'm wondering if the park has reached back to the county at all regarding what it's going to do about North Shore. I will say there's a likelihood that project for July 7th is not going to happen, at least from the Federal Highway Administration's point of view. So you might want to check into that, but I do know I'll be contacting the park to find out when they plan on putting the temporary bridge back in place, because it is now the first part of April and they should have a plan by now. But I hope you have a better update than what I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. And as we always do, we'll respond to all the comments we've received this morning at the end of the public comments. So let's go to Jim Friedman.
Hey, good morning, everyone. So I'm commenting today just as a continuation of the solid waste facility in Quilcene. Again, something that's important to me. During the last joint solid waste meeting with SWAC, it was presented that the Quilcene facility operates at a $40,000 annual loss. And I believe that was being used as a way to create a dilemma to where you're either removing subsidies for recycling or you have to shut down facilities and remove jobs. The Quilcene facility specifically, the fee schedule there is set to make the facility operation cost neutral or slightly positive. So that facility not operating at a level like that is a reflection of the current policies. And I think if you looked historically at that facility, you would realize, or you would see that if there was a loss, that loss was significantly less, and it's designed to be annually reviewed and adjusted accordingly to keep it cost neutral and continue on. Also, the operation costs there, I believe it's about $100,000 or a little bit less than, so it's a fairly cheap facility to actually run. And 96% of its usage is by single can users. So it's a public service that the residents of the county uses. And I'm really worried that staff is more oriented towards providing services for commercial haulers and such, and the residents are being left behind. I also believe that majority of the SWAC is unfamiliar with the Quilcene facility. So I would like to see that a little more representation for the Quilcene facility, and that it's protected and not just lumped into policies set up for Port Townsend. Also, in the meantime, I drove up to the Port Townsend facility. You could fit the entire footprint of the Quilcene facility in the recycling side. So if they wanted to, they could set up a per volume residential use on the recycling side. And I believe that would greatly reduce use of the scales there, which would limit the amount of usage going across those scales, also increase the charging to a volume metric, which is more cost, has a higher return for the county or for SWAC or whoever manages it versus the scale-based collecting. Anyway, it might be a way to distribute the residential use from the commercial use. Anyway, That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Teresa, you were next on the Zoom screen, so you'll need to unmute. There you go. You have 3 minutes for comment. We can't hear you, Teresa. Check your volume. We're not hearing you. You do look to be unmuted, but we cannot hear you here. So we're gonna go on to Shelley Yarnell, and then if you can work out your audio situation, we'll come back to you. Raise your hand if you can figure that out. Okay, Shelley.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I have 3 matters to address this morning. First, I'd like to request that fireworks restrictions and enforcement be scheduled for a workshop in the near future, as it's already almost mid-April. Second, I'd like to address just one stat from the pool survey that should make you question the results of the whole survey. Question 2, 5 areas have more responses than people, and in Brennan, every person answered the survey that there's a better explanation for what we're seeing here. Third, and probably most important to me, is about affordable housing and its relationships with Airbnbs. An astute Facebook poster over the weekend reminded me that it's you, our 3 commissioners, that make and enforce the rules, not BCD. Not Department of Health, none of the other departments. It's your decision. Affordable housing, the resort, I'm sure there are others, but for today, the problem is permits. As the bosses, what are you going to do to solve the problem so we can move ahead with critical projects to us all? Thank you.
Did you
understand that? I didn't
It was, yeah, it was very hard to hear, Shelley. It was very garbled, but I mean, I captured the 3 concepts and hopefully we'll be able to.
I did not capture the 3rd concept, the point about affordable housing.
Yeah, it sounded like she was just saying that it's our job to make the rules, the rules, but I wasn't quite clear which side she wanted us to come down on, but sorry, we couldn't hear you all that well, Shelley.
Let's try going back to Teresa. Teresa, have you been able to figure out your audio?
I hope so.
Yep, we can hear
Good.
you loud.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to comment. Teresa Jump from Hoquiam. My family has had a place on the South Shore Road since the early 90s. I took a drive up there Sunday afternoon, March 30th. It was a rainy day, and surprisingly quite a bit of tourist traffic from what I could tell. The South Shore Road is not secure in regards to the block. People are moving signs and still driving up to where the road has disintegrated. So understandable, as there are people that do own property, private property back there. So, and people are curious. I took a drive up the North Shore Road. I mentioned the last time I was here that there are some blind corners that are a real concern. And those are at, I would say, exactly 12 miles in from Highway 101. I drove all the way to the bridge just to see if the ramps were ready to go. The ramps are there, not installed, as they weren't supposed to be installed until April. Coming back and hitting those blind quarters, I had to back down the hill, which is, it's very rare that I have the situation of meeting someone there, but I did have to back down the hill for an oncoming car, a family with kids. So people are curious. They're going to take roads, and it's all about the adventure. And again, that road is not, it's not adequate for high volume traffic, and potholes The road was in really great condition at the beginning of the year, and potholes abound. So yeah, my concern is both restoring the South Shore Road and creating safety for the users of the North Shore Road when the real tourist season hits. And I know you got your hands full with the Ho Road, and I understand that. And I'm also curious too if there's some way that you could partner with the Grace Harbor County Commissioners, and I don't know, maybe find some friends. And I'll be reaching out to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Thanks for the
You're welcome.
report.
You're welcome.
Mark, did you have something you wanted to add this morning?
Not to that subject, no.
No, to any subject?
For the public health.
Did you want to make oh, okay, great. Okay, so we'll go to Tom Tiersch. Online.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just a couple of things this morning. First of all, the mention of the Solid Waste Committee was interesting and reminded me of what I heard during that meeting, that recent special meeting. The proposal that you're going to is to eliminate recycling basically in the county starting April 1st or starting in April of next year, which is going to be kind of a big change. I think a lot of people are going to be unpleasantly surprised by that. One of the proposals was to move a recycling center, which you would now pay for recycling, which would be okay, but to move that after the scales, after where they collect the money, that seems wholly impractical, because right now the biggest complaint that we hear from the folks there at Solid Waste is that they can't handle the existing traffic, that it backs up so much. Well, you're just going to be adding more traffic going through the scales, going through paid transactions through that one choke point. So I think that the whole approach needs to be rethought. Self-serve recycling as is subsidized seems to be working just fine. Just increase the amount that you have to charge for the tipping fee to support that recycling program, and I think you'll be much better off. You won't have that increase in the traffic jam at the scales. Anyway, on your agenda this morning, you've got the short-term rental ordinance. It seems to be in pretty good shape. It's not perfect, of course, nothing ever is that you compromise on, but let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, as they say. One thing though that I see is still missing and won't be included, of course, is any strengthening of the enforcement provisions. It's still sitting there in Title 19 of your code, and enforcement is going to be totally at the discretion of the DCD director. That, of course, always is an invitation to favoritism and unequal treatment of people, depending on whether you're liked or not. That's a weakness in the whole system. And again, I'm disappointed that it's not there, but whatever. So please go ahead and enact that short-term rental ordinance, get it in effect since the moratorium is, of course, expiring today. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Tiersch. Okay, next name on my screen is Jean Ball.
Good morning.
Morning. Morning.
There is too much feedback on the details for 3 minutes of presentation here this morning regarding this whole survey. The analysis is far lower quality than I had expected and hoped for and anticipated. There are numerous misrepresentations and misleading directives. Unbiased is not in the same zip code as this presentation of the data. Because I value accuracy, I am particularly bent on the mislabeling of the y-axis of roughly half the bar graphs, although it did correct later in some places. I'm also disturbed by the graph for the question number 2, which shows that almost all the residents of Brennan responded, despite the fact that the map on the same page shows that half of them responded, which I also think is far-fetched. This demonstrates just one corruption in the data presentation. I also cannot ignore the fact that more people from Port Townsend, both in and outside of city limits, responded than actually reside there. The most egregious of all the pie charts and graph bars is the answer to question 14, to suggest that 61.5% of the respondents support the tax hike without properly weighting the responses based on geographical distribution and census data, and a genuine outreach. And no, that claim is not consistent with my knowledge of what happened. Uh, is absurd on its face. These things need to be weighted correctly so that we understand. Just to say 61% support it is completely misleading. It's humorous and an overt attempt to mislead you into justifying the attempt to raise taxes despite public sentiment. The whole point of conducting this survey was to help inform you, and I think you probably could hear the air quotes just there, was to help inform you to make a decision as to the level of public support to pass a tax hike or not. If you're going to accept this presentation with its numerous discrepancies and clear bias, your decision will not be well informed and the ballot measure will fail, costing the county money and time which would otherwise be spent wisely elsewhere.
Thanks, Jean. Thank you. Okay, Julia Cochran. And is there anyone else in the room who's joined us in the last few minutes who would like to make a public comment? Is there anyone who's just joined us in the room who'd like to make public comment this morning?
We fully support the points that Gary had made about
Okay.
logging and
Okay.
Port Leadville.
Okay, we're going to someone online and then we'll come back to
Okay,
you and
got
you'll have your 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Julie, you got your
Good
time to
morning.
shine.
I hope you enjoyed your Friday off or your Monday off. I actually had laryngitis, so I wouldn't have been here anyway. But so anyway, last week was really interesting. So I want to give you a rundown of things I found out last week. One, the health department has no more COVID tests to give organizations. What?
Someone was talking in the room and we couldn't hear you, Julia. Please proceed.
Okay. So things I found out last week. One, the health department has no more free COVID tests to give organizations like the Welcoming Center or the shelter or whatever, or individuals. So I actually mooched some from the Welcoming Center because I was trying to figure out if I had COVID. I went to a presentation by a lawyer about tenants' rights in trailer parks or mobile home parks, whatever they call themselves. And there were a lot of people there from the Olympic, I think it's called Trailer Park, which is near Four Corners. It's a really big one that's for sale. And one of the people there, much to everybody's surprise, turned out to be the CFO for the owner. But she stayed. They asked her to leave and she didn't, and she stayed. And she actually may have given some really vital information if what she said was true. But reality is they're facing a 35% rent increase on their land. And her response to that was, well, you've 9 months notice. But as someone who lives on a fixed income that I hope continues, 9 months does nothing. I mean, my income doesn't increase. It doesn't matter. You give me 9 years. In 9 years, I'll make exactly what I'm making now. So there was that. And I think our trailer parks are in real danger. I mean, she said the owners are not going to sell to a developer that's going to make the trailer park go away. But, you know, there are a lot of low income elders there. So also Discovery View is forming a tenants union or a tenants organization to combat loss of services. And that's another affordable housing thing that's happening. You know, I know Marine Plaza just sold recently, and that the management of San Juan Villa seems to be shifting, and we need to watch these things because that's another whole bunch of low income elders. And my last little joyous piece is LIHEAP is dead. It's not my last, actually I have one more, but LIHEAP is dead, which is going to mean that the warming center, cooling center, whatever you want to call places where people are welcome to go to regulate their body temperature is going to be absolutely necessary this winter and possibly this summer, because people aren't going to be able to pay their electric bills. So they're not going to run their thingamajiggies. So my final cheerful note is that 2 landscapers were grabbed in Cape George. I know no more information than that. I have several sources that have confirmed, yes, this is true. but we don't have any more information than that. But ICE has started grabbing our landscapers. So have a great week. I am actually, don't mean to depress everybody. Take care.
Thank you, Julia. Let's see. Okay, so I don't see any more hands up in the Zoom room, and there weren't any more hands up coming up. So can we quickly do response, and then we have to approve consent?
Did you wanna?
Before the
She wants
public?
to use-
Oh, you want to add something?
No, it
You
just-
come up to the podium.
I apologize for us being late. We were responding to an emergency, but we in Port Ludlow are very concerned about the logging that might take place in the area. We noticed that the wildlife is bewildered because they have no habitat left. We're concerned about fire hazard because logged areas burn hotter and faster and are more difficult to put out than forests because trees retain water. Whereas logged areas become desiccated and are more prone to wildfires. Also, we've noticed that in the past, the area's been sprayed with herbicides, which is also a public health risk. Thank you.
Thank you. So we need to do response. Will you approve consent and do the proclamation before we do our public health update at 9:45? So let's keep it brief this
Sounds
morning.
good. We just got a message from Shelley Yarnell with her third comment, so I'll just review that real quick while you're.
Okay, would someone like to
I'll
start
go
response first?
Sure. Quickly, appreciate the comments from folks about the solid waste, you know, the conversation about recycling and the transfer stations and everything. And I guess I'll just say for the sake of brevity that the 29th of April, we're gonna be having, probably making the decisions that we make. I think we're gonna be, that's when we're taking that up. So I'd come back then, and I'm listening to the statements at this point. To Ed and Teresa about the west end, not sure about the South Shore. You know, I think we have successfully added it to the bomb cyclone, right? So we're looking for funding, and you'll see on the consent agenda, we have the contract for the Upper Hill Road. We're seeking construction, really exciting. And so we continue to work on that and appreciate, you know, props for the good work of Public Works and getting that Oil City Road washout corrected the same week that it happened, so.
I would just add on that we would not take our focus off those roads unless there was something, another emergency, and that happened. We had multiple washouts in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
On Oil City and also on the Hoe Road, so those had to be addressed, before we could get back to the bigger projects on South Shore and Upper Hoe, like, I don't have anything new to say to what Greg said.
Cool. About commercial logging and the open space reserve, you know, we take it very seriously, you know, I don't think we're gonna get it rezoned or the zoning reclassified before the agreement expires, but I'll read through this and talk to our assessor and, you know, we have the same intention, and, you know, I'm pretty comfortable what I've heard so far, that we've got the correct pieces in place to object to, an FPA that might be applied for in that open space reserve prior to its.
If you feel it would be helpful to have a workshop involving the parties, I'd be happy to participate.
We generally don't do back and forth during this segment, so.
Sorry.
Yeah, and then let's see quickly, to Jean, I will save any conversations until, we're gonna have a presentation here at 10:15 about the pool survey, and I really appreciate Jack turning it around so quickly. It closed on the 31st to get analysis through one revision this week is, really impressive, and I appreciate it. And we'll go through the questions when I talk to them. Short-term rentals, we're talking about at 2:30 this afternoon, so do come back for that. Julia brought a whole bunch of stuff to think about, and I know that at least one of our nonprofits is looking at that park out there and trying to find funding to make a resident-owned communities, which is a real challenging endeavor, and does not mean that rents on the pads don't still continue to go up, right? It's really tough, and that's something that I've been talking to the ROC folks something that almost inevitably happens when a community does take over a trailer park is that the first thing they have to do is raise their own rents. And then to Teresa, I appreciate, I mean, of course, we don't take care of North Shore Road, but we'll continue to talk about that, and our assessor does know where these blind spots are. Fireworks, I'm happy to talk about fireworks. Any changes we make, of course, happen a year after we make the decision, just to make sure that you are aware of
I
that.
think it's a good idea to get that onto our agenda and workshop it soon.
If we wanted to make any changes, we should make it before the 4th of July to have them take effect the following 4th of July. I think it's a good question to revisit, and it really is horrible that Light Heap is going away, and the ice news that Julia shared is really concerning as well too. So we continue to try to navigate these uncertain waters. I'll leave it there for now.
I think I won't add, you covered everything, pretty much everything, but I do want to just add, Mr. Fritz, Maggie, Teresa, Julia, Jean, a lot of folks are, I appreciate the sort of public service announcement. That sort of opportunity that you're using, these meetings for. You're actually sharing some really good information, you're educating the community. I really appreciated that approach. I will say specifically to your concern, Maggie, I'd like to talk more about the conversations that you're having with the operator and how that's going. That's really where that conversation should happen, and it should be functioning well. You should be able to go to the operator, have this discussion, and see some result and change. So I'd like to talk with you offline and with the operator to see how is that going. How's that relationship working?
To add, sorry, I forgot to talk about that, but we got a concerning email from Maggie last week that I forwarded on to the operator, James and Gary, and got a positive response back to that,
That's great.
More, employee dogs will be going.
Yes,
to
perfect.
So.
I did the same, so
okay.
you're getting kind of like a double up, which is great.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they are the ones to definitely engage with. We can help facilitate that. That's
Yeah.
why we stay
Involved.
So-
Yeah, so again, thanks for bringing it to our attention. We'd like to keep pushing it back to improving the relationship with the operator and making sure that you're working closely with them and that they're being responsive, and so we can follow up on that. But there were several other kind of public service announcement opportunities about the toxic weed and feed and all of the issues that Julia brought up.
I think Jim was talking about the SMP. That wasn't what I assumed he meant by buoy ducks killing whales.
Oh, I think he
it
was,
the SMP
yeah.
update, so.
Yes, the SMP
Coming soon,
update,
soon.
exactly. So I didn't have anything else to add. I think you covered it very well.
I would just add on the South Shore Road issue, the expansion of the emergency declaration allows us to pursue that Federal Highway Administration funding. And so that's the plan with South Shore Road, but it's gonna take longer than the Upper Hoe Road. But we have not lost our focus on it, so. Okay, I'm gonna wrap up public comment period and let's look at consent quickly and then we'll do the proclamation.
Do we have to do the consent right now?
Yes.
I need a hearing notice.
She needs it for hearing notice.
Oh, okay.
So anything anyone wanted to call out on consent?
Yeah, let me
I
just
mean-
look at the agenda.
Great to see that contract come in for the Upper Hill Road, of course.
Yep.
I had one question actually while Monty's here on the Upper Hoe Road contract. There are several places on there where there's no date. And I can point them out, the very first page of the contract, and I unfortunately did not bring my notes, so I'll have to look at it, but just making sure that those dates aren't supposed to be there. So the first one is on the very first page of the contract. So I think we should just, before we sign it, just look at those and make sure are there dates supposed to be added in those three places, but otherwise.
So do you want to pull that for now?
While Monty's here, maybe we could and just look at it and see, are we supposed to add those dates?
Is that what we needed for 10 o'clock?
The
That was
hearing
part of
notice,
the hearing notice for
number
budget
one is what I
appropriations.
need.
Okay.
I think we can, I mean, obviously, we can still get it signed today. I just want to make sure we're not missing.
So sometimes we fill in dates after the fact.
That's what I was wondering. That's why I
Yeah.
wanted to bring the question up. So I'm looking at it now. It's on page 3 of the attachment is the very
Tell me what
first
agenda item
page.
that is again.
Yeah. It is
Item 5.
5. Yes, it's the contract, not the bid award. And
there's just dates on the contract that were left out.
Yep, three.
The first sentence will say, as of this blank day, the following parties, and it usually that's filled in when it's signed.
Yeah.
Usually I do it with today's date unless it was needed for before or after the date.
Okay,
So
great.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, I've just seen them. It does reference the effective date is the contract is effective on the day the last party signs it, but then there's no date added in. So I think we just need to add those.
Yeah, if it's
Um,
empty by the time I get it, I put today's date on it.
Okay. The other places, if I can find them, I think we're on page.
We're never gonna make, can we just approve number one and move on to our proclamation?
Well, I just realized we could do the proclamation at the beginning of our public health update,
Oh, let's do that.
and then it would be live.
Okay.
So the other places, if you look on page 15 of the attachment two is exhibit B. You just need to decide whether should there be a date there, and then the same with exhibit C. Should there be a date on that? So those are the three places to look. I just wanted to call out the addition of our lived experience, or I think it's called
Self-advocate?
self-advocate
Yeah.
position, yes,
Okay.
on the Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Board. I was there when we got to interview and appoint that person, Camille. I think it's Vijant is her last name. She comes with a lot of experience as a self-advocate on other intellectual developmental disabilities boards from another state that she moved from. We had a really great conversation about how to engage someone with intellectual developmental disabilities on the board, and not only just as a commenter, but potentially moving her into some form of leadership. It was a really great conversation, and I just wanted to highlight that and thank her for her.
That's great.
Her leadership and volunteerism.
So are we comfortable with the contract? I mean, the dates to be filled in?
I'm comfortable with it as long as we just look at those and see whether we need to put those dates on when we sign.
I mean, yes, if there's no date and there's a spot for it, I always do that when you guys sign it.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I'll move to approve the consent agenda as presented today.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, everyone. That passes unanimously. So we have 2 minutes until our public health update, and I think it would be nice to do the proclamation at the beginning of our KPTZ airtime. So let's just
Set the room maybe.
take a break for 2 minutes and get set up for the
Who's
proclamation.
can we know who's gonna talk after the proclamation? We have quite a few guests.
Yeah, I'm assuming Apple, no?
I was gonna speak. I have plenty of supporters here. Thank you.
Yeah.
I nominate myself to come forward. If
that's okay with you. Yeah.
We nominate you.
Yeah. So let's get rejiggered if we need to. Why don't you come up?
Okay. It's already.
Great. So just so KBTZ knows what we're doing, we are holding off on doing our public health proclamation until the top of the broadcast with you guys. So we're just gonna wait right for a minute and then do our public health week proclamation. And we're joined by our public health director and a number of members of her team here today, which is awesome. Nice to see you all.
If we have 1 minute,
30 more seconds.
30 more seconds.
Briefing?
Yeah, exactly. Randall's community projects funding application, Emily Randall's CPF application that just came out. I think we just need to make sure to talk about, are there any projects we want to encourage? How are we
I think
doing
our plan is to submit
for this?
Mason Street for all the portals.
Yeah.
We'd agree that that was our top project.
And so even for that portal. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Thank you.
And Emily, Amanda's already working on that.
Great.
Amanda Jefferson is already working on that.
Sounds good.
Okay, it's 9:45, and as we do every month, we do our public health update, and we see Dr. Barry and Willie Benz with us, and KPT is with us, and just so you guys know, we've decided to do our public health proclamation at the beginning of this update, so we are going to let Apple tee it up. And then we'll read the proclamation, and then we'll turn it over to you, Dr. Barry.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you and nice to see you all in the audience as well. April 7th through 13th this year is National Public Health Week. And we here in Jefferson County at Jefferson County Public Health, along with all of our colleagues across the governmental public health network that is across Washington State, across 39 counties and nationally, are recognizing the value that we bring to every community, every family, and every home in our local areas. This year's Public Health Awareness Week is really centering on "It Starts Here." That is the slogan. And to me, that really brings forward the idea that we each individually in our homes, in our families, in our schools, in our neighborhoods, in our communities, in our counties, and in our states, each bring a very palpable and real, intense and valuable ushering of important safety and well-being to our neighbors and to our citizens. We do that, all of us, not just the folks who are employed in public health, but all of our neighbors as well. Reaching out and looking out for neighbors and seeing how they're doing is one aspect of circulating that "It Starts Here." Being a good reader of information and being sure that you're getting the facts and understanding how to have a healthy life and be good neighbors is all part of working together to make sure that this system is valued and also sustained long-term. We're in a period of real turmoil in the nation around financial support for the sustainability of public health and the political will toward it. I want to make acknowledgement here that all public health departments are struggling at this point with state budget cuts that are pretty enormous. We're also struggling with contract terminations that are coming from the feds, and they are starting to rack up, and we expect them to continue to come. We at Public Health will continue to do our work no matter what. We are here with every intention to do the services, to be sure that we're meeting people where they are and that we're helping mitigate disease, prevent disease, and keep everybody safe and well. I want to make an appreciation to the public here and to my staff, all 50+ of us who work daily and tirelessly to be sure that we're working on behalf of the citizens of Jefferson County, and appreciate the proclamation today. It means a lot to us in this very challenging time. So thank you.
Thanks, Apple. And we should get a workshop on the calendar to kind of really dig into how some of these cuts are coming down, not just for us, but for all the jurisdictions in the state. And
yeah,
because I have a sense, but I don't have actuals. And I would love to know what's actually happening.
And WASAC's virtual assembly is on public health and the impacts today.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah,
Right.
so hopefully we're gonna learn a little more about that too.
yeah.
Anything else any of our public health team wants to add before we read the proclamation? No? Okay. Who would like to start? Why don't we start at Heather's end of the dais today?
All right. Proclamation. Whereas during the month of April, Jefferson County honors National Public Health Week, April 7th through the 13th of 2025, and
Whereas each year for National Public Health Week, Jefferson County Public Health and the Jefferson County Board of Health honor individuals and organizations nominated by the public who make significant contributions to maintaining and improving the health, well-being, and safety of the people of Jefferson County, and
Whereas public health professionals help communities prevent, prepare for, mitigate, and recover from the impact of a full range of health threats, including mitigating short-term and long-term impacts of infectious disease outbreaks such as COVID-19, measles, and sexually transmitted infections, natural disasters such as wildfires, flooding, severe storms that are intensifying due to climate change, and other threats, including those caused by human activity, and
whereas public health professionals collaborate with partners outside of the health sector, including city planners, transportation officials, education officials, and private sector businesses, recognizing that other sectors can influence health outcomes, and
Whereas Jefferson County Public Health began recognizing public health heroes as a way to celebrate National Public Health Week locally by honoring people who work or live in Jefferson County and those who promote public health and health equity in our communities. And
whereas a public health hero is a person or an organization that promotes public health in daily life. Several priority areas have been identified as cornerstones for this Public Health Week, and nominations can relate to any of the priority areas, but are open to others as well. And
I love this part. Whereas following are the public health priority areas for Public Health Week 2025. It starts here. Your health is our mission. Climate action starts here, championing resilience for health. Health equity starts here, optimizing health for all. Advocacy starts here, amplifying voices for public health, and the future of public health starts here, strengthening the public health workforce.
now therefore be it resolved, the Jefferson County Commissioners do hereby proclaim April 7th through 13th, 2025 as National Public Health Week in Jefferson County and encourage people in this county to join us in the special observance proclaimed the 7th day of April, 2025.
do something good for your community this week, everyone. Please.
Thank you so much.
I'll move that we approve the proclamation as read.
And I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much.
All in for public health.
Yay.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks so much.
Okay. So with that, we will turn it over to our dear Dr. Barry, who I saw at the farmer's market on Saturday. That was fun. I think you were in the Red Dog Farm stand just after me getting my tulips.
It was nice to see you at the farmer's market and see a lot of folks actually out this Saturday. I think the baby goats are a big draw for a lot of folks. Very nice to see you all and thank you for the proclamation. I think particularly now as we see federal assaults on public health and honestly concerning potential cuts at our state level as well. Acknowledging the critical public service that we offer is particularly important, and so we really appreciate that. A little bit of an update on infectious diseases today. So some good news up front. Influenza numbers continue to downtrend. We are still seeing influenza circulating in our community, and we do still see folks going into the ER and even getting hospitalized with influenza. So it's still here, but it's much, much better than it was this time last month or the month prior. We expect to be all the way out of flu season by about the end of April at this point. We do continue to see some RSV activity in the community as well, but that has remained relatively low, at least as far as severe disease outcomes this year, related to broader uptake of the vaccines for RSV. Thankfully, COVID has remained low, and we still are seeing very little COVID-19 activity in our community. On the avian flu front, things are relatively stable. We continue to see sporadic wild bird cases of avian flu, but we have no current poultry outbreaks or dairy outbreaks in our community, and no current dairy outbreaks anywhere in Washington state at this point. So the surveillance that's being done by departments of public health and WSDA continues to be effective, and we so far haven't seen that come into our dairy population. On the measles front, unfortunately, the news is not as good. We continue to not have any current measles cases in Clallam or Jefferson County, but we have had a third case in Washington state, in Snohomish County, in an infant who traveled by air. Unfortunately, the situation in Texas continues to get worse. We're seeing at this point 607 cases of measles diagnosed in the United States so far this year. The vast majority of those are related to the Texas outbreak. 74 of those folks, about 12%, have been hospitalized, and unfortunately, one more child has died. That puts the death toll of this measles outbreak at 3. This was an unvaccinated, otherwise healthy child, which doesn't need to happen. That's an entirely preventable outcome. And so we do want to encourage as many folks as possible to make sure they get up to date on their vaccines. In Jefferson County, we have the unfortunate designation in Washington State of having the lowest number of our kids vaccinated against measles of the state as a whole. About 62% of our kids entering kindergarten are up to date on their measles vaccines. So if measles does come to Jefferson County, it can become a very big issue very quickly. So it's better to prepare and prevent in advance than to deal with a massive outbreak once it gets here. I think unfortunately, there has been so much misinformation circulating about the MMR vaccine for years. It's important to know that it's safe, it's incredibly effective, it gives you lifelong immunity against measles, as well as very good immunity against mumps and rubella, which are two other infections that we don't see much anymore. If you have any questions about it, we encourage you to contact the Department of Public Health or contact whatever healthcare provider you trust the most. And we are very happy to talk through decision-making around vaccination. I do want to acknowledge we've seen a lot of people coming in to get vaccinated in recent months as this outbreak has spread in other states. We've had a lot of kids coming in for their first vaccines. We've seen a lot of adults, including some young adults who hadn't gotten any of their childhood series coming in to start. And so we are seeing minds change and more impetus to move towards prevention, to prevent an outbreak here. And we want to continue to see that momentum going. And if anyone has questions about vaccination, we are always happy to talk about it. Unfortunately, we do expect the Texas outbreak to get worse instead of better, primarily due to federal funding cuts for that outbreak response. Unfortunately, the federal government decided to cut the vaccine program that was paying for outreach vaccinations in Texas. And so measles clinics were shut immediately. And that's not going to help. Unfortunately, there's also been massive cuts to the Division of Global Migration, which is a fancy term for the people who track air travel for infectious diseases. So when someone with measles, say a kid with measles, travels on a plane, which was the case of this child in Snohomish County, every person on that plane was exposed to measles. And so what normally happens if that kid is a kid in your county is we then get a list of everyone on that plane, and we figure out where they live, where their county of origin is, and we send out messages to all those folks to let them know they were exposed. Unfortunately, that's not happening right now. So normally we get that list within about 2 to 3 days, and then we can contact everybody who was exposed so they don't expose others. In the case of the Snohomish County child, we still haven't received that list. And that child flew into Washington State. So the likelihood that there are other people in Washington State who were on that plane who don't know is high. So federal cuts do trickle down. We need to be able to do good contact tracing, and we can't do that without access to our partners at the federal government. We're going to continue to do everything we can. But I think it is important for folks here to know how those things that seem so distant start to trickle down to our community as well. Thankfully, we still don't have any known cases here, but given that there are more and more folks flying in and out of Texas, and there's less and less ability to track, it is more and more possible that measles could come here and we wouldn't know about it. So the best thing we all can do, stay up to date on our vaccines and stay home if we're sick. If you or your child comes down with a strange rash, definitely contact your healthcare provider so we can make sure and get that checked out sooner rather than later. Most rashes are not measles, but especially now it's really important to pay close attention to rash illnesses and febrile illnesses in kids. Which brings me to one of the questions we got from a KPTC listener was, how do the federal funding cuts affect us here? And so I figured I would dig into that a little bit because it is related to what we were just talking about. They do affect us here. So while we are not a federal department, we don't work for CDC or HHS. We work very closely with them and we do rely on them. So things like interstate travel, that's federal. So we normally work with them on that. The sudden cuts to budgets or public health budgets around the country are affecting us too. So one of the big sources of cuts was to the state public health lab. That is actually where we send our measles specimens. So if someone in our community if we're concerned that they have measles, We do that test and we send it via courier rapidly to Shoreline, where the state public health lab is, and we usually get our results within 24 hours. That courier system was suddenly cut off around the state. So the ability to get labs to the state public health lab went away, and staffing and time for the lab also went away. So we're likely to see longer turnarounds, which means a longer time before we know if that person is positive. That's also where we send all our rabies specimens. So when we test a bat for rabies, that also goes to the state public health lab. So all of those things will affect our ability to rapidly respond to outbreaks here. Unfortunately, we also saw immediate cutoff of our funding for COVID-19 tests. So in Jefferson County, we've been very proud to distribute free COVID-19 tests to our community so that everyone, regardless of means, can know their status. Unfortunately, that went away rapidly, and so we don't have COVID-19 tests at our department anymore. Not because we don't care, not because we don't think this is important, but because that money went away, and there's not other money to backfill. I think that's something that's important to understand about public health. Public health is a public service that has been dramatically underfunded for decades, and so there is no extra. When money gets cut, services get cut. Things that the people need get cut, and people become less safe. Right now, the other big cut that we saw was the loss of the caravan. So there was a van that was funded by the state that would distribute vaccines, particularly to rural areas. We've used it very heavily in Jefferson County as well as in Clallam County to increase access to vaccination for the most vulnerable in our communities. And one of the things we learned from that process was that in many communities, the issue for vaccination is not hesitancy, but access. In many parts of this county, it's hard to get vaccinated. And so we would lean on that van to bring vaccines to people to reduce that barrier. And that van's gone now. And so our ability to bring vaccines to people who need them, who want them, is more limited. We're going to do everything we can at our department level to fill those gaps left by our federal colleagues. However, we are at risk of losing massive amounts of funding from the state as well. Currently, our governor, our Washington state governor, is recommending a $49 million in cuts to public health across the state, while recommending $100 million in increased funding for police around the state. And that will hit us real hard if that actually does come down. That's foundational public health services, so that's how we fund things like infectious disease investigations. That's how we fund a lot of our opiate work. That is how we fund water quality work, things that we do to make sure that the water you drink is clean and safe. A lot of that's a big part of our budget of how we do our work. And so our ability to fill those gaps left by our federal colleagues is going to be less if they go forward with those kinds of budget cuts. We're going to still be here. We're going to do what we can, but I do want to be honest about the risk of our ability to do that. Because we don't have extra people, we don't have extra money. And if that really goes forward, it's going to be a challenge to fill that void, but we'll do what we can. And so with that, I'm happy to open it up to questions from our commissioners, and I can move to the rest of the KPTZ questions.
I have one question for you, Dr. Berry. It has to do with the fair coming up this summer. And so this question has come up in our Jefferson County Fair meetings about chickens.
Yeah.
What's your thought about whether there should be any concern about having chickens at the fair this year?
Really fair question. And I think that's something where we need to work very closely with our ag colleagues. But I think there are steps that can be taken to make showing chickens safer. Thankfully, chickens are, when they're sick, it's not very subtle. And so, there's a rapid progression to illness. And so I think things like having a health check before a chicken comes in, and being very thoughtful about where chickens are housed at the fair. So I know in some fairs in the state, chickens are housed in an indoor space, like a large open barn with other animals. I would recommend against that. I think keeping our species separate would actually be a good protective factor, and making sure that anyone who goes in there, animal or human, should be well before they enter those spaces. Those are probably the biggest steps that we would recommend taking to prevent transmission of avian flu between different animals.
Okay, thank you very much.
Glad you didn't say tiny mask. That would have been done.
Though it might be cute.
That would, it would start sewing.
That's right.
Yeah.
Start sewing. I actually have one other quick question for you,
Sure.
Dr. And that is about the caravan. Can you just describe, I believe the caravan was doing things other than vaccines as well. Is
Yeah,
Can you
so
just-
they were actually starting to kind of expand their mission to do more health equity work, realizing that there really is an unmet need, particularly in isolated rural communities. So vaccines was a big part of it, kind of all vaccines, including childhood vaccines, but they were also starting to do health screenings, blood pressure checks, connections to care. There was a lot of good work that was starting to grow out of that, and unfortunately that program has been shuttered. We do still vaccinate the Department of Public Health, and that's a place where we want to do what we can to fill that gap, particularly partnering with our school-based health centers to make sure that vaccines are easily available to kids in school, so that they can stay up to date and be safe in school. And I think more exploration of how we can properly fund outreach vaccination in our community. We do want to make sure that people have access to good information about vaccines, and that those who want vaccines, that it's easy to do, because there are a lot of folks in our community who do want to get themselves and their kids vaccinated, but it's just a headache. You know, if you live in Quilcene, it's hard to get that taken care of for your kids. If you're working full time, it's extra hard to get up to Port Townsend to get that taken care of, especially for kids. Not all pharmacies take care of very young children, and so we want to see what we can do to fill that gap. But it's going to be a lift to try to fill that space.
Thank you.
I had my second thought of, I'm glad my mom's not here anymore, which is, not usually how I feel about that. She passed away a year ago, and I rarely think this, but I was like, she really relied on the library, and that's where she would go to get her COVID tests. And I'm assuming that now the libraries don't have COVID tests either, because they got them from us, right? From our public health
Yeah.
department.
So
Okay.
unfortunately, the library program and the fire department programs were both our COVID tests, and so those have shuttered. And I think, as with so many things that come from the federal government right now, the suddenness was jarring for folks. That's not usually how this stuff works. Usually we get a heads up, we can put out messaging to the public, but it was just one day we had it, and then the other day we didn't. And that's hard on people because they can't prepare.
Okay. Anything else?
I would defer to the listener questions.
Okay.
Anything else? Yep.
All right, just a couple more questions from the listeners. One person asked, is it dangerous to buy Canada and bring them back to Washington?
Dr. Gary, you're breaking up.
Far less trouble with avian flu, and the membrane of the egg itself.
Dr. Berry, we lost most of that. Oh, we lost you.
Oh, shoot.
Was that the-
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, but we did not hear the question.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm going to turn off my camera just for internet bandwidth reasons. So this person asked if it's dangerous to buy cheap eggs in Canada and bring them back to Washington, and it is not. So Canada actually has less trouble with avian flu than we do, and as we discussed on a prior program, eggs are not known to be a vector of avian flu. The virus can't get through the shell of the egg to get to the inside. So eggs you can generally think of as safe from an avian flu perspective. The only thing to think about is transport time. So if you're, say, taking the ferry and it's going to take you a little while to get across, make sure that you bring a cooler. Once an egg is refrigerated, it has to stay refrigerated. Many folks know that if you have unwashed eggs, they're shelf stable. You can leave them on a counter or a table. But as soon as they touch water, as soon as they're washed or in a fridge, that protective barrier breaks down. And so if they come from a fridge, they have to stay in a fridge. If they've been washed, they have to stay refrigerated as well. So if you do that, you should be fine from a public health perspective. They also asked about if there's any regulations about eggs. There's no public health regulations that I'm aware of, but as far as like import export, that's a different department, so you'd have to check in with them on that. Another person asked a good question. They said, my partner returned from out of state, and I'm wondering how long we need to isolate from each other. He wasn't exposed to anything as far as I know, but I'm very careful with my health because of my health status. So generally, if you want to isolate, I would say one thing that's even more important than traveling out of state is how did they travel out of state? So if they masked while on the plane, they didn't go any large indoor gatherings, they weren't exposed as far as they know, I wouldn't say it's necessarily essential to isolate after they come back. Travel, if done well, doesn't have to be a risk factor. But if they flew on a plane unmasked, things like that, then it would be more reasonable or more essential to isolate. But if it's your preference to feel safe to isolate from your partner, I fully support that. Generally, the longest you would need to isolate would be the incubation period of the various viruses that you might be worried about. The longest one of the kind of big 3 respiratory viruses we're following right now is COVID-19, so you need a 7-day isolation for that. For influenza, it's just about 2 days, and for RSV, it's 5 days. So if you isolate from each other for a week, you should be good on the common respiratory viruses that we would worry about. This person mentioned they were last vaccinated in October and they are elderly. If you are over 65 and you're wanting to take extra precautions against COVID-19, you are eligible for a subsequent booster for COVID-19 6 months after your last one, which is probably about now. We aren't pushing those hard in the general community right now because we're not seeing a lot of COVID-19 activity. But if you want to take that extra step to protect yourself because of your health status, you are likely coming up to be eligible for your next dose. So as long as it's 6 months after your last one. And then the last question was all about the funding changes. So that's most of what I have. The only other thing I wanted to update folks on that we didn't cover in the beginning, my apologies for that, is we are continuing to see pertussis activity in Jefferson County. So pertussis, we've talked about on the program before, leads to a prolonged and can be quite serious cost, especially in the very young. We've had 8 cases so far in Jefferson County in the last month. And so we just want folks to be aware of that. Make sure to stay up to date on your vaccines. And if you're seeing a particularly severe cough in your family, to make sure and get that checked out as soon as possible. And I'll
Thank you, Thank you, Dr. Berry. You left a few minutes for Willie. Willie, do you have some burning updates for us? We are scheduled to wrap up at 10:15, I believe, but any top of mind items?
Yeah, I'll be short and sweet as always. I did have one KPTZ question that actually concerned East Jeff Fire and Rescue, their new Wildfire Ready program. That's a partnership with the Department of Natural Resources. This is a program where East Jeff personnel will come out to your home and perform a wildfire mitigation assessment at no cost to you. So they'll come out and make recommendations on reducing combustible materials, preventing ember entry and ignition, and ongoing vegetation management to really help harden your home and protect your home in case of a wildfire. Completely free of charge to residents. You can sign up at wildfireready.dnr.wa.gov. And the program's scheduled to run through June 30th of this year, but they're really hoping they're going to be able to renew the contract with DNR for another year. But for anyone who's interested, for anyone who's concerned about wildfire mitigation at their home, definitely reach out, sign up for the program. Again, it's free of charge. Robert Wittenberg at East Jeff, their community risk manager, has noted that folks have been really appreciative. The recommendations are all super practical and relatively easy to follow, and you get a nice little report in your email at the end with the recommendations. So definitely encourage folks to check that out. I think it's really timely to mention this as we've been starting to keep an eye on the summer climate predictions and some of the overarching trends that they're looking at over the next couple of months. April, May, and June right now, we're looking at about average temperature and average precipitation levels. So hopefully a normal-ish spring for us. But July, August, September, right now the signal's showing pretty significantly chances for above average, warmer than average temperatures, with July especially showing some signals for some warmer than average weather. So that includes higher fire danger as well through that month of July. So we're going to be really keeping an eye on that time frame. Julia Cochran noted a little bit earlier that as part of the funding reduction we're experiencing, we lost funding to financially support the Winter Welcoming Center as well as potential cooling centers during heat and smoke events during the summer. Public Health was able to find some funding to support the Welcoming Center this winter, but we have a huge gap in funding now coming up this summer, especially again with the potential for some warmer than average temperatures this July. Last thing I'll bring up briefly is FEMA is starting to, as part of their potential reform, solicit feedback, put out some talking points around the future of FEMA. They're looking at scaling back pretty significantly, being involved in fewer disasters for shorter durations, providing less funding to local communities to prepare. On Friday, they announced the total cancellation of the BRIC grant program, Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities, which provided communities with billions of dollars across the U.S. for resilience projects. So we had a great conversation last week at our Emergency Operations Center team meeting. I'll follow up with the commissioners this week with some of the notes about that conversation. We're actually in the process now of starting to talk about local emergency management minus FEMA support. We were actually supposed to meet with Robert Ezell, who is the State Director of Emergency Management today. He was actually supposed to come visit us here, but he had to cancel since everything's so chaotic right now. But then later this month, we're talking with Kitsap and Clallam about kind of regional support. So our future is still very much up in the air depending on the direction FEMA goes. The last thing I'll say is, we have 3.6 FTEs here in DEM, 1.6 are FEMA funding, our 4 part-time clerk hires. So they're safe in the short-term future, but long-term, we'll see where FEMA goes. And for the community out there, FEMA provides funding for a lot of our community outreach and education. If you've attended an all-county picnic in the past, that was partially funded by a FEMA grant. If you've ever gotten a copy of Think, Plan, Do, our comprehensive preparedness guide, that was funded by a FEMA grant, and just the list goes on and on. So we'll keep the commissioners and the community in the loop. We're all really nervous as FEMA looks to take a step back while also providing less support to actually build local capacity. So we're having those conversations now and keeping a close eye on things. Barring that, that's it for me, other than a last minute question from the commissioners.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Willie. Well,
Yeah.
the bearer of bad news.
I will just say thanks for lifting up that wildfire ready program. I've passed that to the community quite a bit, and several have taken the opportunity to sign up. So I really encourage people to go to wildfireready.dnr.wa.gov.
Correct.
Yeah, it's really easy to sign up, free, and thanks for lifting that up, Willie.
And I saw those guys at the farmer's market this weekend too. Hopefully they'll be there regularly for a while.
Yeah, it's great. And thanks for keeping us posted about the FEMA. I'm really willing to jump in and support that effort of communication from the commissioner's perspective. So keep me in the loop, Willie.
Awesome, will do. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Berry. Thanks, Willie. We'll see you next month. Same time, same place.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey. So the next item on our agenda is a workshop. And it's our aquatic survey analysis. So I think that Diane's coming up and
Caitlin and Catherine as well, and we can make a little room.
Caitlin, Catherine.
And is Caitlin gonna get on to the
Yes.
computer? Okay, so I'll do an introduction and you should be able to get into the county public and get in, and Karen will bring you over.
You'll have to join the Zoom meeting and then I'll bring you over as a panelist.
Okay, so I'll be sharing off of my.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that sounds great. And I'll do a little introduction while Caitlin's getting ready. And so appreciate you guys making time today and also really turning that survey around so quickly. So thank you for that. I know there's been a little iteration as we progressed, and I look forward to seeing your analysis of it. So just to kind of set this time in place, next Monday, we have a hearing scheduled to consider the formation of a public facilities district, and we chose to push that so we could wait for the conclusion of the residents version of the survey. I don't know if you guys are going to talk about the tourist survey, but we need to, that's going to stay open probably through the season to try to analyze that, I believe. So of course, we sent to the county paid to send out the survey in the Jefferson PUD bills, and then also through the Mason PUD 1 that serves the community of Brennan. So everyone pretty much got a copy of the survey. It's had incredible response rates, and I'm really excited looking through this. So maybe we'll just take a moment. We're joined today by, of course, Diane McDade, who we've seen many times, the president of the Jefferson Aquatic Coalition, as well as Catherine Meyer and Caitlin Bosley. And maybe you guys can just say a word about your experience, because this is, of course, an amateur poll. You're not getting told to do this, but I think it's relevant to talk about your guys' experience a little bit as we jump into this too. So I'll pass it over to Diane to make an introduction.
Sure, okay. So I've introduced myself many times to all of you, we have a 7-person board, and 4 of the members of our board served as the survey committee. And we were fortunate enough that on our board, we have 2 folks who do this kind of quantitative analysis for a living. And so they felt that they could help design a survey that would be useful. And so we went that route. And so I will let them introduce themselves.
Yeah, you want to leave audio. It's good though. It happens to us on.
It's okay, I do it every time. Literally every time.
I'm muted.
If
you go to the audio button, click the up arrow and then click leave audio.
And not to accept promotion canvas.
Okay.
Joy as parents. And then you can share.
Okay, well, that's happening. My name is Caitlin Bosley. I'm a local resident here. I've been in Jefferson County since 2019. I work professionally as a research scientist. I have a PhD in quantitative ecology. I've been doing data work, analysis, research for over a decade, and this seemed like a great opportunity to apply my skill set. And so this worked out.
Yeah, hi, I'm Catherine Meyer. Thank you for having us today. I've been a board member for the Aquatic Coalition, I think, for a little over a year now. I have a graduate degree in quantitative ecology, and for my work, I'm a research scientist with a state agency. I've been doing this kind of work for almost 15 years for 2 different state agencies. Primarily, I design surveys and do data collection and analysis to make science recommendations to policymakers. So that's my job, and I was happy to be able to, and use my skill set for this purpose.
Great.
So, thanks.
Great.
Okay, great. Well, you're bringing that up.
Just about there.
I want to just take this opportunity to, right off the top, acknowledge our 4th member who's not in the room of the survey team, MJ Metzer. She's online. I also want to just thank all the people who helped us pull this effort together, because it was a very big effort. And so whether it's in the design of the survey and feedback received, or whether it was helping on the outreach team, or helping us in the analysis. I'm just going to read some of the names of the key people who helped us out there. Janet Palmer, Michelle Olson, Gwenda Bonds, Nancy Spesser, Jude Rubin, Linda Rhines, Velda Thomas, Elise Moss-Fatika, and Jane Armstrong and Janice Feisler on our board, along with Bill Mann. In addition, we received valuable feedback from John Morrow. We also had help getting the survey out into South County by Jean Ball, who was very energetic down there. And other contributors were Kevin Hitchcock from the county, who helped us with all of the analysis of the county population, Jameson Hahn at the PUD, Earl Merman and Rena Merman, who were very involved with the previous survey 11 years ago, and Keith Williams of the YMCA. So thank you all. I'm sure I've misspoke, but we really appreciate the level of engagement that we had across a number of different communities. Oh, and I left off the North Hood Chamber of Commerce. They also contributed valuable feedback. And Tom Church, if you're listening, we apologize publicly. I know you wanted to help us with the design of the survey, and you know we talked about it, that we missed that opportunity. We're very sorry. So going along to who is Jack? For those of you who aren't familiar, we're a nonprofit corporation. We've been in existence since 2012. We're completely led by volunteers. And our mission is to provide proactive leadership and advocacy to sustain a thriving public aquatic facility that serves the needs of East Jefferson County now and in the future. So Jack grew out of a previous effort to build an aquatic center that dates back to 2007 in Port Townsend.
Was that called Make Waves?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay.
Did I say? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I was remembering that.
Yeah, Make Waves.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
Make Waves was the original effort in Jefferson County, and I'm drawing on Earl Merman's 5-page paper that he's written about all the previous efforts to design aquatic centers in this area. Wow. And so after Make Waves was unsuccessful, there were 2 YMCA-led initiatives that many people were involved in. And during one of those in 2014, there was a survey 11 years ago that got out across the county with 400 phone respondents. It was done. And in that survey, they found that county residents preferred to see a pool in Port Townsend. And that had been kind of the guiding wisdom of a lot of pool planners for a long time. There hasn't been a survey that included county representation since then. There was another effort, I personally came involved in that one, that faltered at the 2018 to 20 timeframe, but it was the last sort of effort that the Y was sort of spearheading. Then, as many of you recall, in 2022 and 23, there was a city-led effort that involved a large number of different organizations in the community. And that was presented to this body, and the advice was to go back to the drawing board. And that was not supported by the Board of Commissioners. And so things were in the beginning of 24, a little bit dead in the water. I think maybe it'd be the best way to describe it in terms of the whole project.
I hope you have many puns.
And at that point, the members of the steering committee had the idea, hey, maybe there should be a task force of citizens that really looks at the county locations. And so 8 citizens came together. They formed the county task force, which Greg facilitated, Commissioner Brotherton facilitated, and that group came out with their 10 recommendations and findings in September of 24, which you all attended. Heather, you were not present, but all the Board of Commissioners and the City Council members attended in a joint meeting in September. And at that point, they endorsed the idea that we would have a pool located in Mid-County, and that we would close Mountain View Pool when the new pool was built in Mid-County, and they had recommendations about keeping the pool cost low. I won't belabor all 10 recommendations, but at that point, Jack said, you know, there hasn't been a survey done since 2014, and our friends in South Whidbey Island told us, you really need to be successful in building an aquatic center to know what people really are going to do there, because every community is a little bit different. So we said, let's try to put a survey together. Last fall, our survey team started meeting. And that's why the survey came together the way that it did, with the assumption being that a pool would be built in Mid-County. Okay, I just wanted to emphasize, we have changed some of this deck since it went out originally on Friday. And so those of you who saw the earlier deck, this is a new version. We got some feedback from commissioners that they'd like to see some additional slides and information. And so we changed it, and this will represent the final version of this preliminary survey. Of course, we'll make edits and updates as needed, but in terms of what we submitted, it's slightly different. This is a new slide here, and this just goes over the drive time analysis that was done around in the summer, I think, of 24. And it shows that there is a far greater population that can reach a aquatic center located in Mid-County in a 20-minute drive than they can reach at a Port Townsend location, which was, under consideration. So right before the survey launched, the Board of County Commissioners went ahead and selected the two sites, the site that we represent in the survey, which is next door to the the Port Hadlock, sorry. The Chimacum Primary School that's located in Port Hadlock, Chimacum Creek Primary School. And so that was actually really great timing. So we actually edited our survey that we could say to people, this is the site that we're talking about, rather than just saying mid-county. It made it very, very specific. And I think it helped people visualize what we were actually talking about at that point. Okay.
Diane, can I just add something? Because I was the one that asked for this slide to be included. In this, I just feel like it's important background on this arc of this journey we've been on. We got to this moment and we said, okay, we're elected to represent the people of the county. I've been trying to make this an equitable process so the most people in the county as possible could have easy access to the pool. And so I asked Kevin, I feel like it was a long time ago, but maybe it was just a year ago. I said, can you do an analysis of how many people live within a 20-minute drive of, and I just said the library in Hadlock versus Mountain View in town. And so it was significant, it was like 7,000 more people. We're a small county, we're 34,000 people. And it was a lot more people who had easy access to a mid-county location. Also, I would say that during the last pool planning process, we were getting a lot of comments. I mean, the commissioners were getting hundreds of comments. And so I started keeping them in a spreadsheet, and I'm sure you guys who've been tracking this are tired of hearing me say this, but I got a lot, majority of my comments were hovering around this mid-county location. So it felt like this is important background for this conversation and why we're even at this place. It wasn't just because it was like, let's just look at this, it was like, there was a lot of input that led us to this.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I'm going to turn the conversation over to my colleagues and Caitlin, take it away.
Okay, sure. Yes, as Diane had said, there's been multiple efforts over the years, and our goal here with the survey was to build on what we've learned in those previous efforts, and also talking with the folks that have been successful in South Whidbey Island and their recommendations for doing surveys to really gauge what the community wants, to create to help design a place that they visualize themselves using. And so we kind of took that idea in mind as we went forward with the survey. And then here on the slide just kind of lays out what our primary goals and purpose of the survey. The first part was really to get an understanding of the current interest and the current usage of our existing aquatic facility, what people are doing, where they're going, how frequently they're going. We also wanted to get detailed information about the potential use of a new aquatic facility and what sort of amenities and programs are most important to our local citizens here. We also wanted to gauge community sentiment about the support for this new facility and also about the idea surrounding some public funding, because it will be partially funded by, public dollars. So we wanted to understand what the sentiment was surrounding that. All the other surveys that have been done previously provide some list of amenities and programs and design components for the aquatic center. So we included those as well, so people could rate the likelihood that they would be to use these different things, so we could rate them in order of importance. And then ultimately, all of this information is going to help the PFD when they are formed, so they can take all of this information and really start to work on the design of what our community wants. And we also designed the survey, and the approach for how we distributed the survey was to gain a representative sample of the population. So previous efforts have used like subsampling or targeted attempts in different areas. Here, we wanted everybody to take the survey. So it was a little bit of a different approach. So designing the survey is only part of the work. The other part is getting the survey in front of the people that we want taking it. So which is a tremendous amount of work and a lot of effort. So Jack formed a team dedicated to these outreach efforts. They were very enthusiastic and motivated to get the survey out to every corner of the county. We employed a multimodal approach. So we used many different approaches to try to get the survey out to folks. We conducted public presentations. Some of you were involved in those. We wrote newsletters. We partnered with organizations to get our information into their distributions through emails, flyers. We produced rack cards that we put at businesses all throughout the county. We conducted we went to community events and we held public meetings. And then we put our information into our local publications, newspapers, and we paid for some ads. Additionally, we understood that not everybody has access to internet. So, the primary way that we wanted folks to get access to the survey was with a QR code or visiting a link on their computer, but not everybody has a computer and not everybody has Wi-Fi or can operate a phone to scan a QR code. So we were understanding of this and we created a phone number where people could call us and we could assist them in taking the survey. And so we had a few people that were using that avenue and those responses are included in the survey. One of the greatest things is that the county paid for us to have a PUD put in our mailer, our rack card in the mailers for the bills. And that reached all throughout the county, 12,000 households. And then also in Mason County, there was the flyer was put in the Mason County PUD to reach the South County residents. So we tried we spent 2 months working on this. We also provided the survey in English and Spanish. Okay, so I'll go now into some of the methods of the survey. We spent a long time working on the technical elements of the survey. First, we acquired a subscription to the Zoho survey platform. We found that this was a flexible and powerful and highly configurable platform. It allowed us to set up the questions how we wanted to acquire the data. It also allowed us to set it up so we could maximize data quality. For instance, we were limited one submission per device. We included a CAPTCHA function, so only humans could participate in the survey, not bots or machines. All the responses were anonymous. The only identifying information that was recorded is the IP address, which is essentially just a location. Submissions were designed to be collected by adults 18 plus because of privacy concerns. And then we created the survey to have two different branches. One is a resident survey, which is what we're presenting on today. And there's currently open a non-resident survey that's geared towards visitors. And so we'll be looking at that analysis at some point down the road.
How long does that one stay open? The non-resident survey? Have you decided?
As long as
you want it to be. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems like a season would be helpful.
Yeah. For the summer,
Yeah.
I think
maybe.
so too.
Yeah. All right, so all the demographic questions were required. We thought that information was really important to help provide the context and make sure that the sample was representative. At the midpoint of the survey, we started to track where the submissions were coming from by geographic area compared to the 2020 census data. And that allowed us to look at the areas that we were underrepresented or overrepresented and adjust our outreach strategy to make sure that we're targeting all the areas that were needed more attention. We did some QA/QC, so cleaning of the data. Overall, the way that the survey was designed allowed us to have very clean data by having masks on what types of information could be entered into the different fields, but there was a little bit of cleaning that had to be done. And then finally, we were shocked and surprised that we got over 1,500 comments, written comments, more than half of the people. And that was a lot. We did review them all, every single one, but we also used an unbiased AI sentiment analysis tool to identify what the primary themes were from all of those comments. And so we'll be presenting on that as well. All of this data and analysis will be public, and we've created a GitHub account where all the information will be publicly available, so folks can navigate to that and see what we did and how the data was treated after at some point once we get everything packaged up. All right, so I'll just get into some of the responses here. So the overview is we had almost 3,000 submissions for the survey overall over a 2-month period. Like I said, over 50% of those submissions had write-in comments, and some were very long and very detailed, as you will see. Because we limited the number of responses of one per device, we did not limit the number per IP address. So there was multiple submissions from a single IP address. We found that most of those were coming from public Wi-Fi locations, like the Aldrich's was one, the county library was another. Overall, there's a median of one response per IP address. So it's mostly a one-to-one for household. There's some that have more per IP address because of the public Wi-Fi thing. Overall, it was almost 6,000 people represented in the survey because people were able to identify the number of people in their household that they were submitting for. And so that's about 18% of our population. So we felt that we really did a good job kind of getting as many responses as we could in that time, in the time frame that we had for the survey. Okay, we'll get into some of the results here. So our first question was, do you live in Jefferson County? Yes or no? Second question is, what city or area do you live? And we had predefined multiple geographic areas that we allowed people to select. And what this result is showing you here is the distribution of responses by these predefined geographic areas from the survey relative to the census, the 2020 census. And you can see how well the survey responses track proportionally to the population across these geographic areas. So we felt very good about how this ended up, and you can see that we got responses from all the areas that we defined in the survey.
Can I just interject here?
Go for it.
Earlier this morning in public comments, a question was asked about Jean Ball asked a question that I think related to this. And this is a percentage of the population. So in other words, Kevin gave us the percentage of people living in the county in each of these areas. And so the purple bar is the census data of a percentage. And then our survey is also the percentage of people in that area who answered our survey.
Right.
So what you're seeing, the matchup here is not the actual population, but a percentage of the population.
Right.
By area. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I just want to make sure people get that.
It's not raw number of responses,
Right.
it's the proportion, yeah.
And the y-axis is like 0.4 is 40%.
Correct, yep. And then on the right, there's the map that was created by the county with the geographic areas. We did not provide a map in the survey. So people were going off of what they in their mind knew as Coyle or Cape George or you know, whatever geographic area. So it may not be perfectly aligned with how people envision the geographic area. Okay. So the next one here is the age breakdown, similar to the geographic breakdown. This is the age of the respondent, so the person taking the survey, in these different age categories relative to the 2020 census for the population. And it tracks incredibly closely. And so this combined with the geographic distribution of the responses, we feel confident that we got a representative sample of the citizens of Jefferson County. And that the survey really represents the views and opinions of folks that are interested in this.
Statistically significant.
Correct, yes. All right. Okay, so question 4 is about the number of individuals per household. So in this question, we asked people to just mark in the number of people that fall into these different age bins. I can see that it's hard to see exactly, but hopefully you guys are looking at this, but this is the raw number of people, so totals across all the age groups, across all of the responses. And this was set up to, help in preparing questions that come further down in the survey, but it also gives us a lot of good detailed information about households in Jefferson County. And then as we go through and dig into the data a little more deeply and with a more fine scale, then we'll be able to resolve information at the household level. So this is just the breakdown of households that were represented in the survey. Okay, I'm going to pass on.
So moving into the really the meat of the results here. Starting in question 5, we asked people essentially how supportive are they of a new facility? And that was proposed in the context of a Port Hadlock location. So I think that's an important thing to note. Overwhelmingly, this question demonstrated a large degree of support. 55% of all of the respondents said that it was very important to them to have a new public aquatic facility. 20% said that it was somewhat important, while 22% indicated it was not important, and 3% of respondents said that they needed more information to answer that question. So I think just reiterating here, the take home, in my view, is that 75% of people who answered this survey said that it was either very or somewhat important to them to have a new aquatic facility. So we followed that up with a question about swimming ability at each household level. And this was contextual information to get essentially a baseline of where we are as a county in terms of our ability to swim and to inform programming decisions down the road. So I think there are 2 important takeaways in this graph, but I'll walk you through it first, because there's a lot to unpack, I think, here. So there were 4 categories we asked people to rank their swimming abilities by: advanced, which is shown in purple, intermediate in blue, beginner in green, and non-swimmer in yellow. And so we asked folks to do that for each of the individuals in their house within each of those age categories. To the left is the youngest, to the right is the oldest age categories that we asked about. And so the 2 points that I feel are important here are, one, that ages 13 and under 13, so the groups that are under 7 and 7 through 12, more than half of the individuals in those categories are either beginning or non-swimmers. So that's relatively high, and I believe that points to, you know, the demographic that would benefit greatly from access to swim lessons. So the second take home is that ages 13 and over are actually quite competent at swimming. So most of those folks, more than 75%, are either intermediate or advanced swimmers. So there are really quite a lot of capable swimmers in the young adult and adult categories here. And I'll just add this was, I think, something that Caitlin's daughter pointed out that I feel like is really interesting to call out, and my son particularly falls in this category as well. If you look at the 7 to 12 category, how small the advanced rating is, that's the COVID generation that missed out on 2 years of swimming lessons. So there's a bit of a delay, I think, in this community and likely more broadly as well. But again, key take home is there really are quite a lot of swimmers in this community.
Do we want to call out here about how that relates to some of the national trends we looked at?
Sure, yeah, I don't have this data right in front of me, but Diane's husband Barry did some research into CDC studies on national swimming averages. And this picture of the adult population is actually quite more capable at swimming than the average community in the US.
Interesting.
So keeping in mind the swimming levels, swimming abilities that we have across the adult population, we asked folks whether or not they or anyone in their household has actually used an aquatic facility in the last 2 years, and just over 50% said yes. So a lot of swimmers, only about half are actually using aquatic facilities. And so important to keep in mind, 48% said they haven't used a pool in the last 2 years. So we followed that up with a question about which facilities folks are going to, and that is this question. If you answered yes on the previous question, we followed it up with this question. If you answered no, it skipped over this one. So of the people who are using aquatic facilities, 32% said that they went to Mountain View in the last 2 years at some point. It's 32%. 68% of pool users are leaving Jefferson County to go to pools right now.
I have a little quibble with this one.
Okay.
I mean, the private HOA pool, that could be Cal Point and Port Ludlow, right?
That's true.
Sure.
So I think you gotta probably,
Yeah, subtract that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's.
I would
fair.
assume most of the private, if they are residents here, that
Yeah.
probably means that they have an HOA
Yeah.
that has a pool.
That, yeah, absolutely fair point.
Sorry,
And,
there.
yeah, and those kinds of comments and questions are really helpful as we kind of refine. This is preliminary.
Wait, why is that, why does that discount that bar?
It reduces the 68% of pool users that are actually leaving
Yeah.
Jefferson County.
Oh, right, right.
Yeah. I will also add, there are a lot of details that we didn't include here just due to time. The survey closed about a week ago. So there's also an other category, and this does not include, the 68% does not include that other category. I think it's fair to maybe exclude that. It's something we can talk about what folks want to see in the final report, but all of those were out of county. And I think probably most of them were vacation oriented for something along those lines, but yeah, I would say a lot of folks are leaving the county. MJ has a question.
MJ's got her hand up.
You're muted.
You're
MJ.
muted, MJ.
I would just point out that the private HOA pools are listed here as well, though.
Right, but we just don't know whether those are inside Jefferson County or out, and many of them probably are inside Jefferson County because of the ones we have here.
Yeah. And maybe one more thing just to quickly point out is that the second most mentioned pool is the Port Angeles Shore Aquatic Center. Okay, so then we asked survey respondents how often that they're using aquatic facilities to get a baseline understanding of just what the usage rates look like across the community. And this was posed to all respondents, not just the ones who said that they had been swimming. So overwhelmingly 45% again said they do not ever use an aquatic facility. 26% said they used one less than once a month. So those are the really infrequent users. 14% said several times a month, so more frequent, semi-frequent users, and more than once a week. Those are the really regular users, was 15%. So take home here, almost 30% are using pools regularly. 71% are not, or either not using or using them.
Okay, this just made me think of a question. So that 15%, that would, you would apply that to the 3,000 survey respondents, or are you applying that to the extrapolated household, the 5,900?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So we phrased it as, do you or a member of your household use an aquatic facility? So I would apply it to the whole, almost 6,000 numbers.
Okay.
The next question is, I think, probably the one that we anticipated will be the most informative to the design process. So we asked people to rank how likely they would be to use certain amenities and programs if they were offered locally in a pool. So here we have the results. I'll walk you through this figure. Essentially, they're ranked in likelihood. We combined somewhat and very likely together as a representative picture of combined, interest in that particular feature. So most interest to the left, least interest overall to the right. There are definitely some features that emerged as more popular than others. A hot tub was the most popular feature identified.
Hot pots.
Followed by therapeutic uses, a sauna, and access to open swimming time and access to lap swimming were the top 5. There is one important thing to note here, and in the interest of time, we've presented the results overall. If you look at these broken down by age category, you see different trends and different priorities as you might expect. But I think it'll be likely important for during the design process and considering programming to look at those age-based preferences. Probably the best example is that youth swimming lessons overall doesn't rank that high. If you ask people who have young kids, it's
a little bit higher.
Right. So question 11, and this one is very interesting. So we asked people to consider how likely they would be to, or what their frequency of usage would be like if they actually had access to an aquatic facility that had their preferred amenities in it. And so this might be the most complicated figure. So I'll, take a little bit of time kind of orienting everybody to it, but please stop me if you have questions. about what this says. I'll just start with the take home here is that with preferred aquatic amenities, we see a significant increase in usage across the survey respondents. So 2 comparative bars here to look at. The current usage rate that you saw in the earlier slide is in purple again here. So that's the same information that's already been presented. The yellow bars represent expected usage rates with preferred aquatic amenities. So starting with the most frequent on the left, the regular hardcore pool users, that goes up by 13%. So that's almost doubling the amount of regular users if we had the amenities that folks want locally. The semi-regular users several times a month goes up by 18%. So that's more than doubling. And you see those people are coming from the categories to your right, which previously were the infrequent users or the complete non-users. So there are a lot of people right now who are not using pools who absolutely would use a pool if it had the features that they wanted. Okay, so similar to question 10, we also wanted to ask about non-aquatic programming. And one of the reasons we did this was really because a lot of other aquatic facilities, and speaking with the folks over at Whidbey Island and people who run other aquatic centers, have shown that including dry side activities could actually really enhance usership, the user base, without proportionally, relatively speaking, adding as much money in development. So it can help with economic sustainability and also just that added benefit to the community. So we saw in this question, organized the same way as the aquatic amenities, that there were certainly preferences among people. Fitness classes, physical therapy, wellness, and a cafe were the top 5. Cafe was a bit surprising, but that, that's interesting. That's a need. There's not a lot of that in that area, actually. So again, similar to the previous question, if you organize this by age category, you do see different trends. And so there are some things that were quite popular with younger demographics. Rock climbing definitely stood out, and by rock climbing, indoor, a climbing wall.
So you fall into the pool.
Yeah.
Some of them have it.
Yeah.
It's really fun.
I have a picture of that.
So we're going a little bit over, so we just need to be a little bit mindful of time because we've got 2 other timed items after this.
We can move on, yeah. So this one doesn't have a baseline to compare to as the aquatic question did, but we do see that there's interest in using, these types of activities either more regularly or semi-regularly. And as we dig in further to the data, we'll be able to say more about how many expected added users this might represent. Right now, we just don't have that level of detail, but we should be able to say something in addition about how many of these people actually weren't interested in swimming, but would be interested in using non-aquatic facilities.
Okay, so one of the last questions on the survey was about public funding, support for public funding. We felt that it was important for folks taking the survey to understand that there would be public funding as a part of paying for this new aquatic facility. So we asked survey respondents to assess whether or not they support a 2%. 0.2% sales tax, countywide sales tax, and you can see from the results, 61.5% of respondents said they would support that. 27.5% no, and then across the board, there's about 11% in this question and many questions of need more information. Don't know yet.
So this is 61% of the 3,000 people who responded to the survey.
Correct.
And I've gotten a couple of comments that people were able to submit more than one survey. Is that a case?
Yes, so we limited by device, not IP address. So if somebody had multiple devices in their home, they could submit from multiple devices.
I see.
But I will say that makes up only less than 10% of responses were from multiple responses per IP address. So it's a very small proportion.
Okay, so you could actually look at what that bucket was.
Mhm,
Okay.
Correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I know we got like one person came in and said, I was able to cheat, everyone cheated, and just because one person can cheat doesn't mean everyone can, but you didn't remove any data as you were looking through this. It was too challenging to kind of identify those cheaters. Is that, you want to talk to that a little bit?
Yeah, we talked a lot about this, and I think ultimately we decided we took as many preventative steps as we could to prevent that from happening. And so we also know that the scope of someone being, say, in that case, very motivated to test the limits of what you could do. There is a limit to that, and it is the number of devices that you actually have access to. So we know that one person couldn't have submitted 100, responses. So that's one part of it. The second is that we looked into the IP addresses to see, how many repeat IP addresses. You can find some information about IP address to see whether it's public or a private location. So that gives you some idea of whether or not, that was 83 IP addresses that were submitted. That was a library. So, so we can kind of narrow it down, and it looks like Caitlin mentioned, it appears to be pretty small, but it's not really possible to, with 100% certainty, know that these two pieces of information are duplicate and not real. And so we felt that it's the amount of influence it has over the results is really small. So
isn't it also true that one of the reasons you made it IP address was so that we could respond? We were also getting comments that people wanted to be able to respond separately between spouses, for example, that spouses didn't necessarily have the same opinion, so they both wanted to be able to weigh in. So in that case, wouldn't we typically see at least 2, or maybe if you had an adult child and you could see 3 or 4 from one IP address, and that doesn't represent cheating? Is
correct?
Exactly.
Correct.
Yeah, also true.
Yeah. So we chose to keep. We didn't have enough information to filter out any of the data, so we kept it all in. The only filtering we did was for the non-residents, which is the visitor survey. So they're not included in any of what we're showing today.
Got it. I appreciate you addressing that, because it is the one question I've gotten more than twice.
So again, it's a median of 1 response per IP address. Over 90% of the responses is a 1-to-1. So,
and I think we can provide that detailed data. We have it broken down so you can see how many, where there's like how many were in like the public library. Like we can get exact figures on that so that people can get clarity on that.
No, but that's great that you've even looked at it. I appreciate that.
Sure. And this is that same question broken down by geographic area. So this is how people from the different geographic areas responded in support of the tax. And what I'd like to draw attention to here is that all of the geographic areas around the proposed pool site are very supportive of the tax.
Sure.
And then as you move away, as expected, I guess, from where the pool location is, then the support for the tax drops off. So that's what this graph is showing here. But overall, greater than 50%.
But even some that aren't close to the pool site are very supportive.
there's quite a lot of undecideds as well in some of those categories, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, in the interest of time, I don't know if we want to go into this too much, but I'll just go through the take home. So the sentiment analysis, the final question was just an open question where people could literally type in anything they wanted to about the survey, about the pool project. Very, very few comments about the survey itself. Mostly support, job well done, great survey. A lot of comments about the project. And so we used AI tool. We took all the comments, dropped them into the AI and pulled out those primary themes. This is just a word cloud showing what the most popular, like frequent words were of all the comments in there. And I'll just pop through here. So, so the tool identified about 40% of the comments were positive in nature. The recurring themes were that it provides community benefits, that it supports, children's safety and learning, youth programming, health and well-being for the community, and then provides a long-term valuable asset for the community for future generations. There was a fair number, 35% negative feedback. These comments express, opposition, skepticism, financial concerns. primarily about the taxation, the tax mechanism for the public funding, funding priorities, why are we doing this if there's other things that we should be spending our money on? And then just concerns about the projects, the timeline, the construction, the administration of the project overall. There's a number of different comments on those primary themes. And a lot of folks were kind of in both camps or neutral. Like the example comments here is, I like the idea, but is there a better way to do it? So then AI tool identified those as neutral, and that's about 25%. Lots of folks were providing ideas for alternative funding methods, private, funding, different types of user fee scales. The location debate came up in here, why, Port Townsend versus Hadlock versus another location. And then just general interest in having more information before that they could feel like they would be able to. Yeah.
So you took all the comments, so there could have been someone who made a constructive comment and a positive comment, and those would have gotten separated into the neutral and. Okay,
Yes,
so it's
yes.
just, this is the pool of comments, 100% of the comments.
Yeah, this is an unbiased machine
Yeah.
going through
Right.
and identifying, categorizing them and pulling out the main themes there. We also, and I think Diane's gonna talk about, we actually did a human version of that where we went through and read every single comment, categorized it based on themes that we identified. And then we did some summaries on that as well. And that's in the document that was distributed with the presentation.
Did
And
you
it's a
feel
lot
they
of very.
jibed? Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, I was gonna just ask, they
Very
they
similar.
jibe between the two methods of analysis?
Yes,
qualitatively?
very much, yeah, very much. And so just the key takeaways here, strong support for this project is coming from folks that value community building, health benefits and water safety. The opposition is mostly surrounding the taxation, spending priorities, and just, skepticism of the oversight of the project. And then just a lot of neutral, we need more information sentiments. Great. And this is yesterday. I went to the PA pool at Shore Aquatic Center and it was packed. It was absolutely packed. There were just multi-generational kids are on the climbing wall. You can see there to the left, and birthday parties, everything. So we could do it. Yeah.
Great picture.
And then.
All right, I know we're over time, so I'll just end with a statement that that analysis that we did, and you just have snippets of it in the document that I sent you, takes all over 1,500 comments, and we have a giant spreadsheet. We did our best to categorize the comments. Sometimes you can't really say for sure how you categorize a comment, but we did our best. And we have about 8 or 10 categories. I can remember how many. We have like environmental comments, transportation comments, pro Port Hadlock, against Port Hadlock, and all of that can be disseminated in a giant spreadsheet to you in the public. And we'll try to get that out this week, because reading the comments, I think we've all read them several times, really is an impressive thing, because the community has so much valuable input to provide. There is so much passion. There are so many really good ideas in the comments. A lot of people spend a lot of time in their comments. And I really want to emphasize that there's a lot of passion, pro and con on this, and reading it, you really get new respect for the level of participation of our citizens and how much they want to contribute their ideas. Many people were so thankful. They're like, I want to share with you all my thoughts on this. And there's really a lot of great thinking in our community about this project. So we will get that out to you. And I apologize in advance how we categorize a comment. You may or may not agree with, but we're just trying to make it so you can sort, because otherwise it's really hard to read through it all.
Sure.
And transportation, I will just say, bubbles up in my mind, is one of the most important things that needs to be looked at so that people can get there in public transit. That's something that a lot of people talk about, and I think it would be an important part of the planning for a new facility.
Well, we're all on the Transit Authority Board.
Well, thank you so much for your time and
Yes, thank
attention.
you.
And we want to thank everybody who participated in this survey, because it's really an outpouring of information from the public.
It really is, yeah.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, more conversations about this to come, but this is a great source of data. So thank you for all your work in this presentation.
Thank you so much. We're not taking public comment on this item today, just to let folks know. And we're gonna move on to our next agenda item. We're a little bit behind, but we're I think we're gonna have a discussion and potential action regarding regarding adoption of the Jefferson County Personnel Administration Manual.
For the entire household, but.
We take conversation down the hall, please.
Survey response per household.
Can you guys step out? Thank you.
Right.
Okay.
You want me to share the PDF, Sarah, from the booklet or one of the files you sent, or which is there, which is the most, all the same?
Yeah, I think it's all the same. There's the,
I got that
there's the
one.
resolution, there's the red line document.
Yeah, there's the comparison.
There's the clean draft.
Which shall I share? Maybe the.
How about the red line? I think
Okay.
that shows. Know what I'm doing. I scanned it in separately than her comparison chart, what was changed. Yeah, and that's also, there's also an update summary. Date 4/1/2025.
All right. Well, the chart showing all the different changes, that might be a good first.
Yeah, that's. There we go.
Yeah, let me get to it so I can actually. That looked like a good first place.
That's a good first start. Good morning. Happy to be here again. So we're here to talk about the Personnel Administration Manual updates with the possibility of a resolution adopting this updated version. A lot of work has been done on this document in the last couple of years. Philip Hunsucker in our attorney's office has spent a lot of time on the document. And I have also spent a lot of time on this document. The document has been workshopped twice on February 3rd as well as March 17th. The document, after the first workshop in February, draft comments were sent to unions and Jefferson County employees, and we received feedback on the original document. When we came back in March, we talked about those changes, and I think there were 7 responses from employees out of all of our employees. And the major points that folks had were really interesting. Some had to do with language and making sure that language was equal among folks. Another was like the names, history, the name of Lauren Hastings. Another was a really interesting comment from Captain Ben Stamper in our sheriff's office, who pointed out that the old manual had stated that the Olympic National Park was established in 1889, when that was not correct. And what he said was, I'm not sure where this date came from unless someone was confusing it with the year Washington achieved statehood. He pointed out that the Mount Olympus National Monument was created by President Theodore Roosevelt on March 2nd, 1909. And President Franklin Roosevelt expanded the monument and created Olympic National Park on June 29th, 1938. And so just a little side note, but I was also happy to know that we had another historian among our ranks.
Yeah,
Which I love that information. One important comment too was received from a member of our public who asked to change the word citizen to resident in the manual, which we did. 2 important items that were changed in this policy in general were the ability for employees to donate accrued vacation or personal time off to employees who may need it, who already run through their accrued sick leave. So we established some limits on the amount of time folks could donate to help promote fairness and consistency with the administration of that, and also to help promote employees to conserve their time that they do have. And this becomes more important when using PTO, which combines both sick and vacation. Another important piece of this document is that it's explicitly stating that employees cannot borrow ahead on their vacation leave. And the reason for that has to do with administrative purposes. It has to do with ensuring consistency and fairness across the board and people who are maintaining leave. And also it's in response that there's a lot of, there's more opportunity now for employees who get sick to use not only FMLA, but also the state's paid family medical leave. And there's a broader option of leave opportunities that people could take if they needed those.
Can I ask one question about the PTO, and as we, shift from vacation and sick time to PTO, have we seen a real decrease in the amount of contributions? Because it's pretty tough to donate your vacation to someone's.
We haven't. The question has been, what is the minimum amount an employee has to have in their bank to be able to donate vacation?
Gotcha.
And the question was, well, is it comparable between PTO and vacation? And I would say, well, that's not apples to apples. And yeah, but people they do contribute, or they do want to contribute to other employees.
Great, thank you.
Sarah, on the question, you and I discussed previously the question of the ability to take accrued leave take leave before it was accrued. And we talked about it, and I said, in all of my professional experience, that was not an option. But I was like, well, what do our peers do? And so I went and looked at the personnel manuals for Clallam, Kitsap, the state of Washington, and the federal government. And Clallam County, Kitsap County, and the state all do not allow for use of vacation leave in advance of its accrual. That's the language from the state RCW. Interestingly, the federal government, I don't know if it's true now, but recently, agencies could advance annual leave to an employee, but the amount should not exceed the amount the employee would accrue within the leave year. So it was interesting to do a little just kind of hunting and pecking to see what other people do. And I feel like we're in good stead with not allowing use of leave before it's accrued, which is what it says in the draft. Right. Yeah. So I just wanted to support you in that and support us in that.
Yeah,
because I
good comparison.
feel like it's good to be consistent with our neighboring jurisdictions as well.
Yeah, my main concern about that was if, someone takes, unaccrued leave in advance, but then leaves their employment before they've earned that, then that's not very good use of public funds. So
yes, and
I
it has
support that as well.
happened in the past, not frequently, but it has happened. And it's interesting because the manual didn't say, the previous manual didn't say that you could do it. It's just, there was an assumption, right, silent on that, right?
Yeah. It's an earned benefit.
Right.
It'd be like
Earned
paying someone
benefit.
at the beginning of the year.
Right.
Before they worked here.
Right. Is there still an opportunity where I have seen it applied is in smaller organizations where somebody had a circumstance that they wanted to negotiate directly with their supervisor to take that either in advance, which in this case we're not gonna do, but they could take it unpaid if they negotiated that with their supervisor and there was appropriate coverage that they could agree. Is that something they could do here?
Yeah, there are opportunities for that. So let's say I don't have any accrued leave, but I want to take vacation in September, and I know that by September I could have accrued the leave. I can ask for the approval now, and then by September I will have my leave. So that's another.
Sure, that's one example. Yeah.
And if someone's sick, but they haven't accrued any leave, we still want them to stay home and not
Mm.
get other people sick,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And that's why we have the bank too.
I'm not sure that's what the bank is for. That's for like bigger things, isn't it?
Well,
It's for leave that qualifies for a reason under the paid family medical leave, which is for more serious.
longer term.
Longer term.
But it still has the same effect, right?
Yeah, oh, thank you for all the
Yes,
really,
unpaid leave, there's a process to request up to 5 days from the department head and above that from the county administrator, I believe.
yes. The department director can approve up to 5 days, so they have that ability to make those choices. Or make decisions.
And with the PTO system, of course, people can accrue more than they could with the old system, so if they are able to plan ahead for major things, they have more ability now to do that as well.
That's great. Thank you for all that contemplation and consideration of the complexities of that.
Yeah, I think another great benefit too out of this is that in the past, before COVID, the manual said that employees couldn't take accrued sick leave or vacation before 6 months. And we're allowing, now there is opportunity to do that with approval. Because people get sick and may need a vacation, so.
Absolutely. Great.
Commissioners, may I say something on this? Just adding to the conversation a little bit here. So we did have a situation where we had an employee, a staff member, who was still on probation within the first 6 months, that was not eligible to receive donated time when I tried to donate to somebody, and that was not approved. So just out of curiosity, what if this still seems to be silent on that particular issue? Doesn't happen very often, but this particular circumstance it did. Also, I was kind of wondering, so all of this across the board is a 1-to-1 when you're donating time? If a manager, if a salaried employee or something was going to be donating to somebody who, is there any type of a possibility where it's not a 1-to-1 transition?
The policy states 1-to-1 because it's a lot easier to administer.
Understood.
And we were attempting to avoid our payroll staff having to figure out, do all the calculation for it. Because we want to offer the benefit and we want to try to prevent the burden of the donation, of the ability to donate. In terms of people who are on trial period, everybody's important, yet they don't have regular status. And so there has to be a place where we create or make a determination about what can happen, because those cases are very rare, like you said, and the challenge is that we care deeply about employees. And then how do we also make it fair for every employee? What if there's someone on their trial period who there was potential to not approve extension beyond the trial period? Then what then happens to the next step? So we're not only looking at that particular moment in time, but also the future, how something could play itself out.
Yeah.
Could one solution, I was thinking what Phil brought up too about it, the 1-to-1, I mean, it does sound like an administrative headache, unless the bank was just a dollar number, if anyone contributed an hour of PTO, calculate it with their salary, and so it's a dollar salary that goes in.
Yeah, that would make it even more complicated. I love the idea.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Other changes that were made in this last iteration, since we spoke in March, in early March, were clarifying definitions, including, for example, the revised Code of Washington or Washington Administrative Code, added language as amended in future to account for future changes. So if there are changes, the manual can adapt with any changes to the law. The telecommuting policy was updated to clarify requirements for that. Part of the manual too is the travel policy, and there was an extensive process that was coordinated to work with our auditor's office and all the departments in drafting that policy, and that's included in here with those updates. That was a really fun process that provided an opportunity for everyone to be involved and participate.
Can you talk a little bit more about how that, future amendments, how that flexibility, what's the process for that?
So, for example, if there's, let's use paid family medical leave for an example. If there's a change in RCW about the administration about, let's say, we're gonna now include stepbrothers and sisters. Even though our policy may not list stepbrothers and sisters, then they would be included in the group that somebody would be approved for that leave.
In other words, we don't have to change the personnel manual as long as it's reflected in revised code.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for me?
Been a great process.
Yeah,
I
you've
think,
done
you
so
know,
much.
yeah, the multiple workshops, and I really appreciate the breadth. I think it was one of the employee comments too, was much the same, you know, just thanks for the transparent process to update this. That, you know, impacts everyone in the county, right? So it's a really
Yeah,
important
actually,
document.
those were the comments that made me feel really heartened,
Mhm.
was the appreciation for the transparency and the desire for information, because we are here to share in that information. And this document is so important because with all our employees, we do have a contract for the work they do and our goal, which is to provide work, the best work for the residents of Jefferson County. And so how do we do that? How do we have a document that really supports our employees and helps support our managers and working with our employees?
I just want to say that what this work that you've been doing and this document represents is care. And, you know, our county family the county would be nothing without the people who work here. And it's the most important segment of stakeholders we have in the community as commissioners to take care of. Because they actualize everything that we are responsible for achieving in the community. And I think it's really important that we've taken good time to get this right. And, you know, when there were questions, really looking into those questions and inquisitively and creatively. And so I just really want to second and third the appreciation and just say that, you know, I appreciate the care that's been put into this process and this document. And I know for me and all my past professional experiences and even here, I'm like, what does the personnel manual say? You know, it's like, it's almost like a Ouija board, right? What's it gonna tell me? So, thank you, you guys, for all the work.
Yeah, thank you. So there's a resolution that was also provided with this updated draft.
I am happy to move that we approve a resolution in the matter of updating the Jefferson County Personnel Administration Manual as presented today.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, you guys.
Good work, everyone.
Thank you.
Great
Thank
job.
you, guys.
You know, when we get to this point and there is very little to talk about, but the process has been excellent.
Yeah, that means you win.
That's
Yeah, Endless debate. Come back for the short-term rental conversation.
Special appreciation to the prosecuting attorney's office for
Yeah.
writing a very short resolution title this time.
And for all the work that Philip put into
Yes.
revising the manual.
Absolutely.
He's a hero,
Fun.
again.
Thank you.
All
Okay.
right, thanks,
Thank you
guys.
so much.
Can I ask for a 2-minute recess?
Oh, yeah, maybe there's.
You have a chair.
Yeah. And Phil can get resituated. Okay, we're back from a very short recess with our esteemed fire marshal, Bill Cecier.
Excellent. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Chair, for having me here today. So what we're talking about today is As I promised the last time that I was here when we did our workshop, that I would be back for a resolution to establish the commercial fire inspection program. And that's what we have here in front of you as a draft resolution. You know, I could go through the analysis, how we kind of got here. We've had several workshops about this. Wanted to make sure that we had the utmost availability for public consumption and, you know, get that extra layer of outreach out there. So, you know, just in a nutshell, the Jefferson County Code 1505046 allows the fire marshal to develop a commercial fire safety inspection program. That's what we're here today to talk about, and here to field any questions or have any continued discussion that we may need to.
Hey,
I'm just pulling it up, but it's not.
yeah, it seems stuck. It's not loading.
Oh, mine loaded. Oh, you're going in Laserfish? I'm just doing it right through the AV capture.
Okay, maybe better to do it on the agenda.
While you're taking a look at that, I'll also point out that we already did have fees for this program that were established in a previous resolution. That has already gone through and was amended again the first of the year to reflect most current fees.
So it's mostly frequently asked questions, right?
Correct, yes, correct. The program description, I worked with that in conjunction with the prosecuting attorney, and we wanted to have it in a format that would be easily updated to the website, as well as you know, be in a format that the public could understand easily without too much technical jargon out there.
So that fire and life safety inspection program, that paragraph is pretty much, does that go into the code, or is that just the beginning of this appendix A that will be available on the website? And that's, it doesn't exist in code.
That would be just the let's see, let me make sure that we're in the.
Appendix A is what I'm looking for.
Gotcha. Before Nancy, let me double check that.
I've only been using Laserfish recently, so now I can't
Yeah,
get it.
me either.
And how did you get to a Navy capture?
Just
From the agenda.
The
Just
agenda.
clicked on it.
Yeah, I can open it that way too.
That is something that would be available on the website. That is part of the appendix. That's not the direct code language. It's the.
And in JCC 1505030, we've adopted the international file code already, so we kind of have to do it already. You're just
correct
putting up basically an FAQ, and then we're gonna add something to the, or you say it's already in the fees, is the 294 for commercial inspections, fire inspections.
Correct. So why we're here today is because I was talking to the prosecuting attorney. Even though we had an ordinance, we did not have a program description per se, which is what we are providing here. As well as getting that extra layer of public outreach done here in a public meeting. So with our initial inspection letters that we sent out to businesses in primarily the South County and the Brennan and Quilcene areas, even though that we've had all of these workshops and things like that, they seem, the public wanted more interaction with the process, and a little bit more transparency. So that's what we're here to provide.
Great, to be able to ask more questions. One of my questions when I was reading through it was just always about enforcement and your capacity. So it looks like you're doing re-inspections every 2 years and self-inspections in that alternate year. And how are you feeling about your capacity to hit all businesses in that time frame?
I'm feeling very optimistic about it at this point. You know, we do have myself, a deputy fire marshal, Brian Tracer, as well as we just staffed up a clerk hire position for a joint building inspector, fire inspector, gentleman named Vincent, who was previous staff member of the county that came out to do some of this. Yeah.
All right.
So unfortunately, he couldn't be here with me today, but yeah, I was like, come on, come with me. We'll drag in from the commissioners. Nothing like a trial by fire. Vincent came to us just, I believe last week was his first week back. And so we're really happy to have him. And we also were adding in capacity for the potential passing or ending of the STR moratoriums to get those permits process, because that will have an inspection and an ongoing annual inspection.
Because that is a fire inspection component, each one of those.
Right, yeah,
I
it sounds
mean-
like some cross-training happening in your
Correct,
department
right,
about.
which is why we,
both things.
hopefully, that position will transition into a full-time position, but at this time, definitely part-time. But I do feel the demand will probably ramp up for that.
Okay.
Do you know roughly how many commercial facilities there are?
The numbers vary quite a bit. We have about, I think that we have 400 identified. We're going back and we're refining that right now, and we're constantly finding ones that slip through the cracks. With the way that we did our database. We have a really good start on it, but we're constantly adding and, deleting or changing as, some of these businesses, the location is still there, but they're vastly different than what we had on record. So, building it from scratch. So a lot of input from the local fire districts, where we sourced a lot of our information. But again, historically, and again, one of the reasons why we started with South County is because we had the least amount of information, the further that we got away from. Where they didn't have the staff to necessarily report on that over the years. And
you mentioned that maybe in the future, you'd partner with local fire jurisdictions to do some of those inspections. Is that something you?
Correct. So there is an ILA in the works, and we have a draft ILA that I have with the prosecuting attorney's office right now. But this was kind of step one. We kind of halted that. Mr. Hunsucker suggested that we do this because this is going to kind of inform what the ILA is going to look like. So we do have, that's the next thing that we will be coming to the board with and presenting to the chiefs once we have it in its final form.
Will you have separate interlocal agreements with each fire district?
The goal was to get a really, really good draft that can be universally worked at least as a template and maybe modify it to each district. Funding opportunities and things like that were still something that are a little bit up in the air.
So did all of the fire districts, the fire chiefs have input into this process so far, or that's coming next?
Correct. That will be coming next, mostly for the ILA, as it sits, the authority having jurisdiction is the fire marshal to actually establish this program. And it is going to benefit the fire districts though, because the whole reason we're doing this is for the Washington Survey and Ratings Bureau ratings. So it's all an insurance rating, and the more that we can do for this and help all of those districts, the more that everybody's numbers are going to come up.
And just to confirm, you are the fire marshal for all of Jefferson County, correct? And that includes the city of Port Townsend businesses or not?
No, the city of Port Townsend is not included into this. At one point, we did talk about doing a three-way ILA through the city. The city right now has an established fire code official. And they do a lot of, they outsource a lot of those responsibilities to East Jefferson Fire Rescue.
Yeah, I knew they had their own fire official, but I wasn't sure if you were doing them, so that's great, thank you for clarifying.
We did talk about that, but it came down to a funding issue.
Okay.
Were these inspections being done before?
With some regularity, yes. Each district was kind of, responsible for doing that. Again, they were trying to bring their own numbers up. So historically, some of that information was a little bit hit and miss, with when they were happening, with what kind of frequency. It is one of the things that I do believe dropped off during COVID and a lot of the districts, when they were just struggling to, a lot of these businesses were temporarily shuttered and things too. So that kind of threw a wrench into this whole program.
So how will the data be managed in the future? Will it be shared with the fire districts or?
So that's one of the, that's a great question, Commissioner. So this morning, we just had this, before I came here today, we did have a fire chiefs meeting this morning where I was included on that, and that question did come up. So one of the reasons that we went with the program that we went with to the software program that we're using for this is called Fire Prevention Mobile. Mobilize is a Tyler product. And that Tyler product also has some functionality with our computer aided dispatch through JeffCom, which is also a Tyler program. So that link hasn't been established yet, but all of the information that we collect could be used by the fire districts for what we call pre-plans and for responses. So yes, that isn't 100% firmed up yet, but that's the direction that we're going in, is to be able to share all of this information.
That's great, because it'd be great to have everybody with the same set of information.
So that is the overall goal, but getting there has been a little bit challenging, and I think as we've all experienced with Tyler products, or at least definitely been my experience, is that they've got all kinds of functionality, but it's not always included. There's always a module to get to make this right. So, when we started asking those questions, we were big on board on this program about 2 months ago. It was, so what exactly do we need to do in order to make this all work right? And it was kind of,
Buy more stuff.
well, it has the functionality. Okay, well, how do we get there, and a conversation to be had for sure, especially with Jeff Con, because I'm not entirely sure what that interaction looks like at this point.
And was the city of Port Townsend's fire official involved in that conversation, or is that completely separate?
Not necessarily, they're completely separate. They're a separate authority having jurisdiction, AHGA,
Mhm.
and they're going to manage their program however they're going to do it. Also, East Jefferson, because it spans the city and the county, probably have different numbers for each one of those districts, as far as the ratings. But a lot of this comes down to ratings and how we track all of our investigations and our inspections.
Interesting, okay.
In your high hazard chart, the fire system OOS, that means out of service?
Out of service, that's correct.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. That was kind of my last question that came up as I was reading it through, was that 1 hour to correct the hazard for locked and blocked exits over the posted occupancy limit and imminent life or fire hazards.
Correct.
Can you describe your experience with how many of those do you come across, and are there barriers to correcting those things within 1 hour?
Sometimes.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Most of the ones are, again, like a block door, blocked exit. It
Sure.
could be, hey, before I'm out of here, we want to see that file cabinet moved or whatever.
Got
Usually the relatively easy things to come across, have not had an over the posted occupancy limit yet. Here, but in theory it could be, but again, we need to clear some people out of here. We got too many in here, so it would be relatively quick
And easy to do, no barriers to achieving it except for
Correct.
people's attitudes, right?
Correct.
Got it.
Again, you might want to come back at 2:30 and check yours.
I'll be watching.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Phil. I can't open anything,
So,
so.
yeah, I got it here. Got
Neighbor
a resolution, yeah, no,
There you
we,
go.
this is good for the safety of everyone, so I'm happy to move that we approve a resolution in the matter of adopting Jefferson County's fire safety inspection program as presented today.
I want a second.
All right, you second.
Throwing Carolyn for a
I'll
loop
second.
here. She's gotta say, yeah.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. I gotta make sure he's awake over
Uh-huh,
there.
that's the green M&M.
No, she usually tells us that she shouldn't.
It's all good.
Sometimes it's
I
good to
just
throw
wanted
one
the
in,
second.
yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you for going back and doing this extra work. I know I did get to listen in on those meetings that, where those questions were coming to the table. It did seem like there was, just confusion and maybe a little like this is going too fast. And I feel like it was, you were open to that. You kind of explored, like with the human resources question, you really went and, and addressed those things with an open mind. And I think that was worth the time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
But I'm excited to hear Vince is back.
Yes.
That's good news.
Yeah.
That's great. And, Brian Tracer's been gone for 2 weeks on vacation, so I told him that I would have this program ready to run by the time I got back, and he's gotta go to work tomorrow.
all right. That's good.
Yeah. I was
You hear
glad to
that,
get
Brian?
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Rob.
Thank you, Phil. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
It's good to cross these Ts and make sure that the program's running.
Okay, guys, well, we have 15 minutes to do some briefing. Does anyone wanna
Wow, dude,
tell us what they've been doing?
we wanna go back a couple weeks, I don't think we had any briefing last.
We haven't.
At least get started.
Yeah, I don't know if we can all three do it in 15 minutes, but we could try.
You wanna start off?
Back to the 31st, is that, or no, 2 weeks?
Yeah,
Back to the 24th?
I mean, you could, but honestly, we didn't have a meeting last week and we didn't have any briefing the week before, but any
Right.
high points?
Sure, I will give you high points, good. can't remember, did we go back to so on the 25th, Tuesday, the 25th, I got to attend the Rotary breakfast for the Early Childhood Learning and Family Support Center, which was really a huge outpouring of support. And they were raising money for the playground element of the Early Childhood Learning and Family Support Center at the at Port Townsend High School property. So that was just wonderful and a really great event and great show of support from the Rotary. I got to meet with Matt Tyler that afternoon. We are starting to dig into I'm really trying to just understand history of the use of Memorial Field for carnival and other related events to Rhodey, and just so I can fully understand what's the position of the county, what's been the impact of the use of that field. And Matt has just been great. He's really documented his process really well, and has just really shared in a very clear and impactful way for me of all of that reasoning of why Memorial Field isn't used for the heavy equipment anymore. So I now kind of feel like I have that good background and position of the county, and now I can work with the Rhodey Carnival folks to talk creatively about if we want to bring it back, what are the options and what are the other ways to do it. And so continuing that conversation, but I've had good conversations and communication with Matt throughout. He's been really open with information and of course, supportive of wanting activities and events for kids, and also wanting that field to be really available for support, sports is the word I'm trying to say. And also he's really made it clear to me the importance of that field not being compacted and how important that is for the safety of our sports events. So that was good.
The conversation on elsewhere downtown near Water Street had happened already with the city and Port. Are those conversations continuing?
So I'm trying to revive those conversations. I think the Rhodey Carnival group came to me and was really wanting to revisit the idea of Memorial Field. And because I didn't know the history and, I just needed to go back and really understand that for myself. And because they were wanting to put a lot of energy into revisit that idea. And so now I feel very compelled by the information to say, I'm not going to support a revisit of that conversation because of all the reasons, the information I've been given, but I am very willing to support creativity around other options. So let's start talking about that. And I hope that they will be open to that support.
I remember them coming and doing a walk around with Kate and John Morrow.
Amber.
And they have a map of the, possible options for how to do kind of I'll use a housing term, which is scattered sites, right? If you, as opposed to having things all in one location, you could have it spread throughout. And so there are some ideas about that. The map still included Memorial Field. And so I'd like to go back and revisit other ideas about how to do that. And so I think
we were jokingly talking about like skee ball being on Memorial Field, like the games and
there is some possibility of that. I think Matt is hoping that we'll stay away from that. The ideal was that you could use the perimeter, outside the actual field, barrier or boundary itself. And he did say that he's open to, to conversations about that, but hopes that we would stay away from anything that would make it really difficult to protect Memorial Field.
maybe it just needs to be a carnival of games.
Maybe
field games.
Here's my last thought on this right now is that if we're going to put energy, if this community is going to put energy into bringing carnival back, it is an event for our kids. And I really want our kids involved in that planning process. I think it should not be a bunch of adults deciding how to bring carnival back. I think if the kids want to bring carnival back, let's bring it back with them at the table and bring it back in a way that it fulfills their vision of what it should look like, as opposed to our vision of, holding on to our memory of carnival, which are all really wonderful. And I do remember it as a child, but I hope it comes back, and I hope it comes back in a way that meets the needs of our current kids. So I'm willing to have that, continue that conversation. Other kind of highlights, I won't go through everything that I did that week, but I did get to meet with Brian Hageman for the first time, who is our parks, trying to think of what his job title, it's like Olympic View Region Manager. He's based at Fort Worden, and so we got to just, again, fill me in on history, state parks at Fort Worden, what their plan is. So that was really good to get up to speed there, and have some background there. Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Board meeting and Housing Fund Board meetings all that week. Lots of conversation with DCD about the short-term rentals, and just got to really sit down and dive into a lot of my questions, and that iterative process of really wrapping my mind around it, and they were really generous with their time.
Sure.
I got to sit down with Councilmember Ben Thomas that week too. We had been planning to connect, and so we just, got to talk about everything from urban rest stop to, I had made a presentation to the city council, and so we just talked about ways that city and county can collaborate, and we also had some things to talk about around our joint membership on the Fairgrounds Association board too. So that was good. NODC, North Olympic Development Council meeting that week as well. We had our joint solid waste and BOCC meeting that week. I also got to be part of a conversation about a kind of follow-up conversation to the PAHO membership question, which was, instead of being involved or membership through World Health Organization, Pan-American Health Organization is what PAHO stands for, and they figured that out. And so those conversations are continuing. Right now, it's feeling like maybe that group is feeling like they might back off from doing any kind of official ask around that until session is over and the state legislators, budget's clear. And they also need to get a little bit clearer about what is the cost to be part of Pan American Health Organization versus what are the benefits. I think the conversation will continue, but we just held off a little on really pushing it. I also got to meet last Friday with Liz Reward in my continuation of sort of from Housing Solutions Network. So I've just been trying to hit some planning commissioners, those in the housing world, and DCD staff amongst a few others to, again, just understand all of the positions about short-term rentals in preparation for today. So I did a bunch of that last week and this week. And then, of course, Congresswoman Emily Randall was here for the town hall on Friday, the 28th. Over 800 people attended there at Blue Heron School, and I got to introduce her. And it was really thought-provoking and a hard conversation. And she was taken aback and really kind of took her time in responding to some of the questions. I think she saw a lot of support from this community, and also a lot of just everybody really questioning, what should a freshman congresswoman, first time in DC, when she otherwise would be just kind of getting her feet and figuring out how to show up to meetings and, where she should be at any given time. But instead, what she's really being asked to do is to resist and speak out. And she's really just trying to, identify where she can be effective. And I think she was effective at communicating what a challenge that is and how she really needs feedback from the communities, even on specific strategy ideas. So we can kind of put our heads together and give her as much feedback as we can. But
we were hearing that in DC, and I think I reported that already, that the best information was coming from the communities to the Democratic members, because they weren't getting included in the conversations in DC at the time.
Yeah. So I saw her really taking all of that in, that the questions and the nature of the questions were immediately, effectively changing her thinking process as she went, which I appreciate. And I know some people felt like maybe she was a little hesitant in her responses. I didn't see hesitancy. I saw really taking time to think about her responses and to sort of address the complexity of what she's dealing with there. So it continued into this last week, continued conversations on STRs was really, I put a lot of attention into just reaching out to specific commissioners and trying to just get as much info and just kind of picking public commenters who represented maybe not just their own opinion, but more than just one, really trying to dig into some of those. I got to attend the Washington State Comprehensive Climate Action meeting at the Red Cedar Hall, Jamestown Slalom, last Monday, and that was really great. A few of us from the Climate Action Committee went, and it was really good context as we go into writing the climate action element of the comprehensive plan to see what's happening in that comprehensive planning at the state level. So I think that was really worth the time. Had a couple conversations last week too about the fairgrounds, the pump track project that's happening there. That looks like it's getting a little bit more renewed energy. I've offered to really support that from the public comment perspective, making sure that we can support getting as much opportunity to push information out to the community as possible, offered to facilitate some of those conversations. So I think we're going to start seeing a little more information about progress on the pump track, which is exciting.
And they got design dollars, right?
They have, yes, they absolutely have a little bit of design dollars. They're not sure if it's going to cover the whole thing, but it's a reasonable amount of money and enough to hire someone to kind of manage that design process and to at least get them through the beginning of the design process, which will be really great and will facilitate putting more information out to the public to get feedback. My main focus on that was please make sure to get information out to the public before things are fully designed, so that you can then come back to the public and reflect, what did we hear? Here's how we responded to those comments. And so that was good. Behavioral Health Advisory Committee agenda setting, so a few conversations about that.
We approved some money, right? Some money's come in there.
Yes,
Opioid settlement. Great.
exactly. So I am starting some conversations about bringing a workshop here late May, early June. I've talked about that here, and so we're starting to set those meetings so that we can figure out who should be at the table to inform how we have that workshop here. And then, of course, I got to have my first experience with Legislative Steering Committee last week, Wednesday and Thursday. I went down for the roundtable and then stayed for the whole session. And this particular week, we were on the Hill. So we spent the morning just getting the updates from the other commissioners, which was amazing. And then I was assigned to a group that was going to lobby around the public defense dollars. So I wasn't expecting that because we had talked about me going and lobbying around housing issues, but they had kind of pulled that off and they weren't putting commissioners on that. So they assigned me to public defense, which I knew very little about.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a great opportunity. I reached out to Mark and to James Kennedy, and they both responded before I had to go up on the Hill, and they both had some really good conversations about that.
Good.
So we were there advocating to ensure that the 20 million, you actually heard reference this morning to 100, the proposal that 100 million go into law enforcement. And so we were making the case that when you support law enforcement, you also need to support on the other side, because that trickles down to the court system, having, more impacts to the court system. And if so they've actually assigned 20 million right now in the draft budget to go to public defense. So we were really advocating, thanking them for that focus, even though it's only a very tiny portion. It covers a very tiny portion, like 3% of our costs. So we have to find other dollars for that. But we were basically advocating to please at least keep that there, do not look there to cut for public defense dollars. So I think those felt like fairly effective conversations. And then I ended the week, this last week, KPDZ, I was there, got to bring Brenta Huntingford, talking about the auditor's office and my continued County 101 tour, and a bunch of planning around the fairgrounds board meetings.
Good job.
Awesome. Okay, well, we're gonna recess at noon here. Sounds like a super productive couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's been good.
Yeah,
I'm learning.
We're going to exec when we come back.
going into executive session when we come back, and we'll finish briefing and calendaring after short-term rentals this afternoon.
All right,
Oh, wow.
sounds good. To run home and get my note.
All right, yeah.
Oh, it's gonna kill me. Okay, we are back from lunch. It's 1:30. Call us back to order. And we are immediately gonna go into executive session with our acting county administrator, our beloved acting county administrator, Monty Reinders, our chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, that's Philip Hunsucker, our civil deputy prosecuting attorney, that's Ariel Spesser, our Department of Community Development Director, that's Josh Peters, the three of us to discuss potential litigation exemption as outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110 (1) We are going into executive session at 1:31 and we will be back at 2:01.
Perhaps you might come up here so you can be heard, that all would be our microphone.
Okay, I'm left. Okay. We are coming out of executive session and we will be extending until 2:15. And just to be safe, I will say we are going back into executive session with our our acting county administrator, our chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, our civil deputy prosecuting attorney, and our Department of Community Development Director regarding potential litigation. Exemption is outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110 (1) We will be back. We'll be coming out of executive session in 11 minutes at 2:15. Thank you. Okay, we are coming out of executive session and we will not be taking action. Now we are going to go into another executive session with our acting county administrator, our chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, and our civil deputy prosecuting attorney regarding actual litigation. Exemption is outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110 (1) We're going in at 2:17 and we'll be coming out at 2:30. Okay.
So just so you know, we also watch this. This is a carbon dioxide monitor, so he's opening, as soon as this gets over 900.
call us back in order, Heather.
The window, so. just
Okay.
FYI.
So I am we are coming out of executive session and we will not be taking action. So I'm going to call us back into order in public session. And this item is to continue deliberations regarding amendments to the Jefferson County Code for regulating short-term rentals. And I believe, is Josh coming back or did we scare him away?
Progress.
I'm just gonna give you a brief summary.
Okay.
So we,
Hold on, I already turned it off, but I'm doing it again.
Then mute as well.
Okay, I'll come back. Just trying to get us back in session. Okey doke. Greg, are you gonna start us off?
just briefly, I just wanted to give a just brief summary of the process that we did. The planning commission had
Sorry. Should be good now.
they had a meeting on the 15th or the 19th. Then on the 3rd, we brought it back to the board. He decided to have a public hearing. And so we had a public hearing on the 17th and on the 24th. And we went through all the changes between the two ordinances. On April 2nd, we went to the planning commission and we went through the comparison document. And they gave us some feedback about the staff version. And primarily, the feedback, like you guys brought up the same issues, but it was issues related to the cap, the 6-month grace period. And I think the other thing was they made the comment that, you know, like sometimes we didn't take their recommendation, for example, that you had to own it for 2 years before you operate it. So that was something that we listened. So all those issues were brought up by the board. We just kind of got some feedback from the planning commission just to make sure that they understood kind of why it was changed. And then our prosecuting attorney kind of gave them a executive session just to explain it to them, so they would understand kind of why there was changes.
Or any legal implications.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the general summary. And so the packet is pretty, I think, nice and clear, and it has just a few issues that we'd like you to point out. As you recall, when we did our first presentation with the comparison document, these are basically the tweak issues that we brought up, and we'd just like you to kind of look at those issues again.
And there's a table, you're talking about these issues, correct?
That's correct.
So the table, attachment H to agenda request remaining policy decisions for BOCC M47 is the table he's referring to.
Right. I think
And Josh Peters, the Community Development Director, just to add to that, the Planning Commission Chair did appoint 3 planning commissioners to represent the planning commission perspective today. In case you wanted to state the comments before you took action.
How do we do this? Step through top to bottom?
Yeah, and I don't know, I asked that question earlier, not related to these items, that I found in the RCWs. Did you learn anything about that, or the 6-month short-term rental does not include any of the following: a dwelling unit that is occupied by the owner for at least 6 months during the calendar year and in which fewer than 3 rooms are rented at any time. Did you? Or are we just gonna?
Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to talk with Greg before, but basically they're talking about in RCW, it's a more complicated definition. And it includes what a short-term rental is not, as Commissioner Eisenhower just described.
Yeah. And I'm not aware of that. I can say that if you live in the dwelling and you rent rooms, that's a bed and breakfast residence or a bed and breakfast inn, but you're basically asking the question that if you only rented for a limited amount of time, then you're not considered a short-term rental.
That's what the state law says. So I was just trying to make sure that our regulations we're gonna reflect what state law said.
Well, I mean, we can be stricter than state law, so I would say that if we wanted to limit the amount of STRs or be more restrictive, we're allowed to do that.
And it does reference just 9A, which is that more
Right above
restricted,
it,
and then
yeah.
9B, it does not
Doesn't.
reference explicitly, you know, by doing the 9A. So I think we
Okay.
are more restrictive than the state in our definition of short-term rental.
Okay. And then I did provide some language in a chat earlier today that I would love to see included in our code that's I would say a health and safety clause that's in the Clallam County Code that says the location of the breaker box, water shut off, gas shut off, instructions regarding the septic system, emergency numbers, and the name and number of a local contact person for the vacation rental. And I think, Josh, did you get that one? I posted that. Or I can just scan this to you.
Yeah, and Ariel might have gotten it. So that was one option, was to have the ordinance up and just be editing as we go. So that might be a good place to.
I just feel like that kind of stuff is a no-brainer, and I've actually stayed in a short-term rental and it didn't have the septic system instructions. And the alarm went off and I knew what the alarm was, because, you know, so it was just one of the situations. I'm like, why don't they have this? Anyway, sorry. And that was my one thing.
Ariel
got an
has
answer?
her.
Oh, Ariel.
Thank you, commissioners. I was gonna offer, if it's okay, I could go ahead and share my screen and then we can have the ordinance up before you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, great. Commissioner Eisenhower, I was able to find, working with DCD, we found that language and included it.
Great.
And you're gonna show us that now, Ariel?
Process of sharing slide.
Yes, thank you. I apologize for the delay. This is language. I apologize. This obviously needs to be edited, but I will just smooth out that language, but we pulled from the Clallam County Code that was referenced.
Great. Sorry if that was some noise in the machine today, but felt important to me.
Absolutely. No, that's very helpful.
So would you just kind of either zoom out or just tell us which section are you putting that into?
Thank you for asking. This is, so just to orient us, we are in the proposed amendments to 1820-210 of the Jefferson County Code, starting with subsection 3, short-term rental, and where this could be added is right below the bottom of section 3. And so it might help if you want to just go down chronologically. We can go through each section and then get to that. Does that work okay?
That would be great. Some
Okay.
sort of stepping through would be great.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to take us through. So this is the version that was provided in your packet. There are a couple of highlighted sections where there may be some extra discussion or some different decisions made. So it's intended to highlight some options for different language. Just scrolling through, there may be some discussion about 3F. And I think what's important to clarify here is that it's my understanding that DCD, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to have the blocking the language. DCD did not intend to be permitting non-permanent resident structures. And so that's why it hadn't been contemplated. It's my understanding that maybe there's a desire to do that. Certainly that's a discussion and a decision by BOCC, whether they want to do it now or maybe they want to bring it back at a later time. But this is an area, if you want to have some discussion, I'm happy to make any edits at the commissioner's instruction.
Okay, so you've added this suggested language in the highlighted yellow based on that
Yes.
conversation, is that right? Okay.
Yes, just as a potential place to start, but this is just a suggestion.
I think it's great.
Yeah, I mean, I would still say that we should take out this whole section. That
Yeah.
We want to encourage yurts to be permitted and that bringing them into the permit process is better and it's not gonna affect the long-term housing. And of course, I would say that right now, it's really improper not to consider park models that have a legal septic system. We have other things, down below, you have to, have appropriate, state life and safety requirements anyway, so I would rather have DCD go to a TP that is insufficient to rent and say, oh, you can't do that as a short-term rental, than just to blanketly say, you can't use your yurt or your park model or your RV to create this important service that might have impacts on permanent housing.
Or housing that can't otherwise be used as
Yeah.
permanent.
Josh, you
I
want
would say that our building official is online, is my understanding, so if the clerk wanted to bring him over, if you want to ask directly the question about building code. And of course, our development code administrator is here to ask about how we would generally approach that. We have approached it, I believe, through the campground provisions for RV parks and things like that.
And I also would say that the environmental health question is also relevant here, so want to make
Right.
sure.
I would say that this section here, we wrote it, whereas if we did pass a park model ordinance like Column did that allows you to live in them permanently, we would allow it through this provision. So we purposely put the language that non-permitted. So if we do the park model ordinance and we make it that you need a placement for a park model, then you could use it for a short-term rental.
You can use it for a long-term rental then too, but it's already been permitted for a short-term rental by LNI. It says you can live up to 9 months in this thing. It's been inspected and permitted, right?
It's temporary recreational. We don't really, you can't really get a permit from them now. If we did a park model ordinance, we can make it a legal thing. So someone buying a piece of property wanting to put a park model, they could come in and get a $200 permit from DCD and be legal. And then we would just check to make sure that it has legal access, water, septic, not in the critical area and stuff like that.
Permanent housing.
Yeah.
For permitted,
But I'm not talking about permanent. I mean, we're talking about short-term housing right now, right?
Right, I'm just saying anything I think the whole idea is that any permitted structure could be a short-term rental. And so if we add a park model ordinance,
addressing it that way.
then we would allow it as either an ADU or a short-term rental.
No, I mean, as I said, I have a legal park model on my property that has a septic permit and water, potable water. It's legally there. DCD had no, I didn't ask DCD, right? Because it's not a permanent residence. It's for vacationers and, visitors and everything. But if I wanted to rent it out as an Airbnb, it's absolutely set up for it, preventing me or someone else like me from using that already permitted, just not permitted by the county for temporary use.
Permitted by.
Is, like a takings, really, I think.
So it's permitted
By
as,
LNI.
as
By
structure.
As a structure, RVs are permitted by Department of Licensing, right? But this has a permit that says it's safe to live in this for up to 9 months. If I wanted to put it into an RV park, I'd go to DCD and get a full permit. Be great if we had an easy park model ordinance down the line, but right now, like we're missing opportunities here and just pushing people out of the regulatory system. I mean, if they have a yurt as well, that's not permitted for even short-term, that's not permitted by anyone. But if it's a safe place to house someone, I'm booking my Airbnb, I know that it's a yurt when I'm booking it. And if it's had a health and safety inspection, it's got the appropriate fire extinguishers and egress and access, what's the problem for a short-term use?
I've been dealing with this for years. I'm just gonna say that in general, if you want to live in a park model, I have no issue with that. If you rent that to me as a member of the public, I think the standard goes up higher. Because then there's no placement permit for a park model. They have no holding tank. We have no assurance that, you have potable water. There's just like none of those reviews. And I've seen some park models in Column where they actually were sucking water out of the river or put it right into a buffer. And because there was no permit, there was no review of it. So it just makes it hard for us to authorize. And I also want to make it so that if a landowner wants to do it, they can say, by $200, you're legal, and they don't have, because when they ask me, I can say, you can do it, but there's no permit, and it's just hard to administer.
Why not use this permit for that purpose? It's the same kind of inspection, right?
But I'm just saying, like, if we do a park mall ordinance, like a one-page like Colin has, then it would be legal and there'd be no question, and we could use it for a short-term rental or an ADU. That'd be an ideal way of allowing someone to put their mother-in-law or to have second income or things like that.
I'm all in favor of a park model ordinance. It doesn't
Right.
still address my question here.
Well, would it address the question if we put a park model or, I mean, so. Here's what I'm in favor of, affordable. Long-term rentals, so is there? If we pursue this at a next. How does that affect this short-term rental issue? Once we've got those permitted as long-terms, then they automatically are allowed here, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, we don't want to do anything here that we're gonna have to undo immediately.
Right.
Right, we purposely worded it here that if it's a permitted, that if we do a park model ordinance and it's a permitted structure and you can live in it long term, then you could use it for an ADU or a short-term rental.
But
Right.
not in this yellow language. This is what we started talking about, right?
Can we have planning commissioners here? Could we get input on, did you address this at all? No?
Just to comment on that, Commissioner, as I mentioned before, we specifically scoped this project over a year ago not to include this
Right.
topic. So that's why the planning commission didn't talk about it.
Yeah.
And
Because you
so now
specifically
it's-
excluded it.
I don't have like comprehensive answers for some of the questions that you're raising, only because of that idea. So
And that's my concern here is if this is bringing up a whole new kettle here that I think we do need to address and we could address next. As long as we have language here that encompasses what we decide for long-term housing, which is, I think should be our primary focus, is making more options for affordable long-term housing.
Phil, I saw your hand up. Did you just?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, I
Deborah.
just like to weigh in real quick here if I could. So the way that this project started was that we were looking at residences that we were going to convert to short-term rentals. So with the things that we're talking about now, with yurts, with boats, tents, RVs, these are all things that do not get a certificate of occupancy. So a certificate of occupancy is only for things that are going to meet legal code, they're going to meet energy code, they're going to meet all of the state building code. So that, in my mind, is where this ordinance is headed. We could come back and talk about park models, talk about, some sort of recreational uses for those, for yurts and things like that. But I feel like that's a separate issue. These really what we're looking at, and my understanding of this are converting, homes, single family residences and ADUs that have met the building code to some standard and are permitted. I think that we should come back, in my opinion, and talk about that park model ordinance. We approached it at one point, Greg and I did, modeling something very similar to what Clallam County had. However, we couldn't get to where we needed to a point to actually bring it to the board. Our conversations kind of fell apart on it a little bit. We did try that a couple months ago on a totally unrelated vein to short-term rentals. So that is work that is still ongoing, but I think that in my mind, these are two separate issues.
Well, Phil, let me ask you though, park models are inspected and permitted for short-term occupancy off the lot, correct?
So there are two different ways that you can get a park model or a tiny home on wheels. There are two different ways of doing it. One is to have it regulated through LNI, which would meet the ANSI standard, which would be a recreational vehicle. That is the position that a lot of people are taking because it's less expensive for that. These are made by, say, Fleetwood or by several of these RV manufacturers. However, they also have a parallel way that they make most of their models that would also be HUD certified. Now, if you're doing that, that is through the Housing and Urban Development, and that would be basically just a small manufactured home, and then that would get a certificate of occupancy, and that would be a legal residence. So there are two different ways that this could happen. If you were trying the latter, where we're talking about, a HUD certified tiny home or a park model, not a problem. I mean, that would absolutely fit into this category. However, if we're talking about RVs, yurts and tents.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we didn't do that permitting. F specifically only talks about permitting by the county. So it's not addressed at all in this, right? It's silent on it. Presumably, so you can't use it unless you go through DCD and further permit that for permanent occupation.
Correct. Something that would gain a certificate of occupancy, so it would meet some building code. Now, what you're talking about too is something that would meet a life safety code, and that could be possible, but that wouldn't apply to your typical single family residence, your ADU. So again, I feel like they're parallel veins, but they're slightly different topics. So I would not be opposed to diving into that further and doing some sort of like a recreational or some kind of a similar permit to the SDR process. But in my mind, they'd be a bit separate because they're not going to meet the building code or energy or any of the other things that the state has put forth.
And should we add park model to boat, tent, yurt, RV, park model, since we're explicitly excluding them from this?
I would say no, because if you modeled after columns, you could, if you had a piece of property, you had the septic and you got a placement permit, you could live in that as long as you wanted, even if it's not up to the HUD standards.
It still drives me crazy. It's like you're talking in circles, because I don't want to live in it forever. I want to use it as a short-term rental. I take out park model. I just
forwarded to the commissioners the excerpt from the staff report that addressed this issue. It's just a little more detailed about when we were scoping the project, what we tackled and what we decided we weren't going to tackle with this particular ordinance.
We can move on.
I think we should get, we've been given our task list for today.
For sure, but can I just confirm that as it's written right now, if we do go back, when we go back and address the concerns around long-term rentals or permanent housing for these structures, that it's written in a way that those could be eligible for short-term rental if we get to a place where we can permit them as long-term rentals. Is that right? Maybe that's a question for Ariel.
I certainly wouldn't want to, necessarily contradict anything that DCD has said, but I believe that would be possible. I mean, certainly, I think that's something that the PAO would be happy to help with. And I also agree that I'm confident there's a way that we can realize the spirit of what the BOCC is asking. And I just apologize that it was not fully contemplated, prior to today.
Well, some of this you'd have to have a crystal ball, Ariel.
So we do have a process by which an applicant could propose to use an RV or similar recreational facility in a campground setting. We got into a compliance case where someone was renting out their RV and the neighbors were not happy, right?
I heard all about it.
We actually had an appeal. We had a hearing exam and appeal, a decision that just renting out one RV is akin to an RV park. And so we have a permit process for that right now.
Can I just double check? Is the language the way F reads now acceptable to move on just for now? Not to say that we wouldn't come back to it, but to get to some other sections.
Short-term rentals are not permitted in any temporary, portable, or other structure not permitted by the county for permanent occupancy, e.g. boat, yurt, tent, yurt, RV, etc.
I mean, they've added a little bit more.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I just want to, for clarity, from my perspective, this is much more of an issue for me when we talk about long-term housing than it is for short-term rentals. Personally, I think we need to acknowledge the fact that low-cost housing, we know it's happening out there. We know people need to do it in order to have an affordable place to live, and I think we need to address it as such, and we need to make it as safe as possible. And we need to work toward making it legitimate housing.
But
And
that's not the short-term
but
rental
that's not
ordinance.
this issue.
Yeah.
So I'm in favor of moving forward, but also addressing it as a long-term housing, permanent housing issue.
Right, and I would say that because the way if you did pass a park model ordinance, I would say that would be a permanent occupancy and it could then be used as a ADU or a short-term rental.
Okay, well, let's bring it back.
And so just to clarify, the introduction line tried to kind of distinguish that this chapter applies to permanent residencies. And so that's why it's not further addressed here. So I'm going to go ahead and move us on, but
I think you want residences.
Residences.
Yeah.
oh, thank you. Nothing like editing in public.
Good job.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to go ahead. I want to just take us, if it's okay with the commissioners, to 3N, because that is another paragraph that probably warrants some discussion. I can just explain here. 3N, as you're aware, does a number of things. It talks about the cap. It potentially talks about a grace period for allowing applicants to apply, and it describes the cap. Based on some, overall feedback, some possible changes that the BOCC might want to consider to the proposed ordinance that was in the agenda packet would be limiting the grace period. The grace period does not need to be generally applicable to everyone, for example. So that language could be removed. This paragraph could just talk about a cap if the BOCC wishes to have a cap at all. The BOCC could choose to modify the cap. It's currently at 4%, as everyone is aware. The other language that was included here described how the cap is managed. And because there was some question about the calculations and making sure that at the end of the day that the math is done right, the BOCC does not need to include specific numbers here as long as it's describing the formula and the mechanism for how the numbers will be calculated. That might be a way to give everybody, the time to make sure that the math is, to make sure that those percentages are following this mechanism. So I'll pause there and let me know if you'd like any edits.
Okay, so I had a problem with this paragraph just in its length, and then it has multiple topics within it.
Exactly.
So I was wondering if it could be split up into the first two sentences, which are talking about the grace period.
Yeah.
And then the sentence that talks about the master plan resort would become O, and then the cap would become P. Q, and then O would become Q below. But it was just, why was it all
For clarity.
jammed into one when the previous sections were so brief?
That was gonna be my same request.
Tied to one issue. And I didn't know if there was a technical reason, sorry.
I would defer to DCD on this one. It was their attempt to kind of flesh out how the cap is managed. So I would certainly defer to them for the language. If there's no grace period, I think N can just go directly into the cap. And I shouldn't say if there's no grace period at all, but if the grace period is limited to certain types of permit holders, then I think it can be a shorter paragraph, but we can still break it up. Absolutely.
And that first sentence that's now in O is a completely separate topic. It's specific to master plan resorts.
Right.
It feels unrelated to the cap issue.
The planning commission, when you look at their cap thing, they said MPRs.
You gotta grab that other sentence, Ariel, sorry. You gotta grab from short-term rentals above.
Oh.
That's the sentence that starts the cap. I wish I could do that.
Thank you. I was going to move this up to N so that it goes cap and then it clarifies that the master plan resorts are exempt. Would that work? It feels like this should be linked with the cap language here.
Oh,
Can we have a more fundamental conversation first?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think you have a cap. I'm not in favor of
Right.
caps. I don't, it's like a
Well, then,
problem
yeah.
looking for a solution. I take out that whole big, so before we get too deep into wordsmiths, how do we don't even know how many there are. Let's do it for a year. This is something we can add after a year when we know if there's a problem.
I would say the exact opposite. I'm not supportive of removing a cap. I think a 4% cap is a big compromise. I know those housing advocates have really wanted a 2 or 2.5% cap, and 4 was where they landed through a lot of deliberation. I agree with you, though. I would love to explicitly say either in the ordinance or somehow that we want to have some kind of formal review in a year that the planning commission looks at this, but to dial this back after we've hit over 4% is gonna be much more difficult than allowing more after a year and we assess from there. But I mean, I am very convinced that we have very good data that short-term rentals absolutely affect affordable housing issues. And that is well established in our comprehensive plan. I'm glad that's addressed in the ordinance but if in a year from now, we look at it and we say, we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist, then fine, we can look at opening it up then. But if we sail way over 4% of our housing stock in a year's time, we're gonna be in a real pickle to start addressing housing issues.
So I agree with both of you. I agree we don't. I don't feel like we need a grace period, but I do feel like we need a cap. I feel like the grace period is just kind of more opportunity for smush, you know, just for more, a longer period of the unknown, right? And I feel like if we set a cap and we work with that cap, then we're gonna learn what we're bumping our head on or not. And we will have, there's some elements of unknown in here, and I wanna provide more clarity and more, like, what are we gonna actually review in a year?
So my question on the grace period is actually for staff. It has to do with our capacity to enforce and to fully understand the breadth of what are we talking about here? How many short-term rentals do we really have out there? So if we have a grace period for 6 months, was it the intent? This might be a question for planning commissioners too. What was the intent of having that 6-month grace period? That was added by staff, correct?
Yeah.
Not by the planning commission? So was any part of that 6-month grace period allowing our staff to assess how much of an issue do we have here, and allowing you, Josh, to manage how you're gonna address it? Are you gonna hire someone? Are you gonna continue with your training plans? Are we able to handle it staff-wise? To basically give staff some six months of grace around full enforcement? Or was there another intent there?
Commissioner, I believe the primary reason was for legal reasons, because there was a case in another county that, and I would defer to Ariel and Philip on this, but that showed that there was some risk if you're not providing non-conforming uses the opportunity to become legal through getting a permit.
So is this the
Secondarily,
Southwick
we also
Tahoe?
figured that if we had a grace period, we wouldn't necessarily be inviting a rush like tomorrow, this week, everyone's gonna feel rushed to apply because they're racing against the clock in order to get in the queue to be able to come under the cap. That was the second reason, but I think that reason is
A little.
it depends on where you go with the ordinance. If you establish a 4% cap, I don't think that reason is gonna be as applicable, because I think the compromise that the planning commission reached, and of course they can speak for themselves, was that the 4% cap was roughly analogous to what we think might already be out there according to the data that we
Right,
got
according to the
from
data.
Granicus about the number of potential vacation rentals in operation right now. So I guess but I also think that, and maybe Ariel can back me up on this, which would be that the other case we were talking about was from a county that did not have a short-term rental regulation in place, whereas we have had one since 2001. So we're in a different position. And I believe that if anything, if there is any grace period, it could be for those vacation rentals that can demonstrate through evidence that they had a vacation rental in operation prior to the need to get a permit. So that's pre-UDC, pre-2001 uses, probably not that many. Or in my view, I don't think there's any risk in just getting rid of the cap per se, although I'm deferred the PAO on the level of risk.
You mean the grace period?
I'm sorry, the grace period.
Yes, just to clarify, the BOCC, I think, can absolutely remove the cap as being generally applicable. The BOCC may want to leave the grace period as it applies to legal non-conforming STRs so that they have time to make sure that their non-conforming use is now a legal non-conforming use and is not terminated.
So remove it from N, but leave it in
for AII, yes.
Okay. I'm in support of that.
Sense to me.
Yeah.
So oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, for me, the big question was, are we leaving room for us to just have completely misestimated how many short-term rentals we have out there? We sail past the 4% cap in the 6-month grace period, and then we're stuck having to permit all of those. And I think we've eliminated that possibility here.
Yes, yeah, that would be correct. Making the edits that the BOCC has just discussed would remove that potential. I also want to highlight the language here. The BOCC could have language that requires DCD to bring the issue of the cap back, within some period of time, for example, 12 months, and just see how it's going. As you've talked about, maybe there's some desire to do that, to actually have a better sense of the numbers.
Well, and that the review is written in there somewhere.
She just added it in the yellow.
Okay.
There.
Yeah.
Yes, based on your discussion, I've added this language. So this is new. It says the cap percentage shall be reviewed by the BOCC within 12 months of adoption to review whether it needs to be adjusted.
Well, and then, but below that in blue, Ariel, it already says
Oh,
every year
yes.
you'll update the number of dwelling units. It feels like the process could be together.
I guess I would say my only comment on that is because it's not like when you look up RCW, you can tell what year an amendment was made. If you're just looking up the code, you're not going to know within 12 months means really. So I would suggest that if you're comfortable with it, just have in the whereases or in the therefores, you just say therefore DCD will come back in a year or something like that, and not make it a code issue.
Yep, I agree with that. Are you prepared to do that and come back in a year and bring that to us with the numbers and we can assess it at that point? Okay.
Can I ask about,
does that work, Ariel, to be able to put that in?
That absolutely does.
I was kind of still on this topic, but different idea. I think about owner operators that are living at their place. And I just don't see that capping people who are living in the ADU or living in the main house and renting out the other one is actually going to help the affordable housing problem. That's a different situation. So what if we did not apply this cap to people that, like the state definition of short-term rental, live at the residence?
That again, I'm not sure how that would.
Owner operators who reside at the property that is being rented out should not be subject to the cap, because you're not creating any more affordable housing, you're just restricting short-term rentals.
Because we've taken that off of we've taken that out of the ordinance otherwise.
Right, but you can still incentivize it. I mean, like, if someone, what is the problem we're solving for? We're trying to, use short-term rental regulations to create more affordable housing, which is.
We're trying to incentivize people to use homes as homes.
Yes.
Not as.
Which we also desperately need. We've lost hotel rooms. We need short-term rentals as well. We lost the Thing Festival because we don't have enough rooms in this area. So there's not one problem that we're trying to solve here.
That's true.
And if you have someone that's living there and wants to, make a little scratch, or maybe it's their primary income, I just don't see any benefit in capping people that are living on the property that they're renting out. I want people to be able to maximize people's utility of their home. I don't know, Ariel, do you see any legal issue with that? Hard question, yeah, so.
That's a great question to answer on the spot. Just letting everybody know.
Say it depends.
Yeah, it depends. What I would say is I have put that review language into the whereas clauses, as was just discussed. And so, Commissioner Brotherton, if you want to paraphrase one more time, maybe reframe your question, I can try to answer it. Otherwise, I would say perhaps we can keep going through the ordinance, and then these are issues that can be brought up upon the review.
It's about the cap, and it would just be basically putting a caveat on there that if the operator of the short-term rental resides on their I guess their primary residence is the same property, that they're not subject to the cap.
How would you administer that, Josh? How would you?
Yeah, well,
And
If
I
it-
think, sorry, just to interject, I think there may be some issues with that, Commissioner Brotherton. I'm happy to talk more about that. For example, if the BOCC wanted to have an executive session, but I don't know that that's an easy answer.
Greg had something to add though.
If you read N, it says the following limits to the renting of the entire or primary dwelling, i.e. excluding the renting of a short-term occupied by the landowner. So I think we put that in to address the, that's the beginning of N, but I think we could just clarify and just say,
excluding the renting of STRs, so it's not intended.
it's not intended that way. We're trying to address the bed and breakfast residents, but I think that could be modified to basically say that if you live on the property, you're not subject to the cap.
Oh, so it's already in there.
It's already in there.
Excluding the renting of short-term rentals occupied by the landowners.
Well, that meant this, like if I live in the house.
Occupied by, so I think we might be talking about two different things.
Yeah, I think we are.
Because Commissioner Brotherton, you referenced the statutory definition, but that definition talks about rooms within primary residence. And as the Development Code Administrator said, we don't look at those the same way. So that would be more like a B&B thing and not subject to the cap, right? So we're talking about if you have a different dwelling unit on the property, an accessory or a primary, depending which one the owner lives in. That's would be subject to the cap, I believe.
Can I pause this for just a second, just because your carbon dioxide numbers are going up? How does everybody feel, and do you need to open the door?
Maybe.
Yes, please open the door if you feel, to make you comfortable. Thank
And I
you.
guess finally, like the cap issue is a policy issue and it's whatever the board wants to do, then we can make it happen. So as far as we're concerned, as long as it passes the legal muster.
Okay. Ariel, with this language here, would you recommend that we pull off and hear from you any legal advice, or are you comfortable with this?
I think this language is fine. I think if the board wishes to make other changes, that would be beneficial.
Relative to this.
Just keeping in mind our time constraints this afternoon, would it be helpful to keep going with the ordinance? And just to summarize, N now just focuses on managing the cap, and it's removed any reference to a grace period.
Yes, but we kept grace period down below.
Yes, for legal non-conforming use. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
So we've taken care of grace period and we've taken care of cap. But we have.
Yeah, and we also kind of
1, 2,
took care
3.
of the calculation.
Yes.
Fort Townsend calculation question that I had.
But in terms of this table that is the work we're trying to get through today.
Yes.
Limited by operator requirement was the first thing on the list. It's appendix D3J. Is the item, so it was actually above this in the appendix. Should short-term rentals be limited to 1 per operator?
Have we already gone past that, Ariel?
We didn't
Yeah.
stop at it, so
Yeah.
we should go back and grab it.
Agreed.
It's J in this list.
So just as a refresher, that was based on the spirit of the planning commission proposal in the context of the legal advice we were getting. That was staff's attempt to combine a few issues into one, that was the limitation, was one per operator.
Right.
I like that solution.
Can I just ask a procedural question too? At the end of this, we open it for public comment, is that right?
No.
We have no.
No
comment
public
today.
comment on this. Okay, thank you.
This is just continued deliberations.
Okay, thank you.
So we talked about this last
Yeah,
time
we've talked about this.
and we were getting to a feeling like this was the right way to go. Limited to
I
one.
still do.
Okay. And I do.
Yeah. I do.
Oh, now we want consensus.
I know. I've talked to just so many people about that particular issue and I think I'm comfortable with it.
Okay.
So just in helping with interpret this table and moving down, we talked about the grace period. The residency requirement is not in the staff version.
Right.
It was in the planning commission versions.
I was looking for it. That was gonna be one of my
Yeah, so it's
questions.
not in there
Okay.
because
Yeah,
of the legal
that's,
context.
yeah, I think
Then
we're all pretty
we
clear.
have not talked about this ownership period requirement, which is not in the staff version, but was something that the planning commission discussed and included in their recommendation as part of their package.
Is
I think that's
the
P.
2-year,
I think that's
period.
P on yours.
yeah,
Sorry for the confusion, but this is P for your consideration. I think the other important thing to know here is that this contemplates that it would be short-term rental operators of short-term rentals with 6 or more guest rooms. Or greater than 10 total occupants are prohibited from renting to a third party for less than 30 days within the first 2 calendar years of ownership. And so this applies to any, would potentially apply to any STR with 6 or more guest rooms, and it would apply to everybody.
But not a bed and breakfast.
Correct. Oh, yes. Good clarification. Just the short-term rentals. Yes.
It seems like
And
unnecessary.
This is how the planning commission had it.
Mhm.
So they had 3 was for 5 or fewer, and then they had 4, section 4 there was for 6 or more.
And I will note, Phil Cecere has his hand up just.
Oh, Phil. Phil, tell us what you got.
So just to weigh in here for just a quick second. So this also comes from a building code standpoint, because when we get to anything, the way that the code reads, anything more than 5 guest rooms in a lodging house actually bumps it out of the residential code and into the commercial code. So that's where there's kind of a nice nexus where it says 5, which, I mean, obviously we have it written slightly different here, but with 6 or more guest rooms and anything, I believe that the building code words it as more than 5, so that would be 6 or more. So they align with each other, but certain things would be required at that point where we start getting into the need for sprinklers, things like that. However, I don't think that there are a ton of single family residences that we have in the county that have 6 bedrooms or more that somebody's interested in doing this type of work with. But should that be, there would be additional requirements for the life safety if there was such a structure.
I would just serve a croissant and call it a bed and breakfast. You're still doing a conditional permit at that point, one way or the
Right.
other, right? Who's actually
Right.
gonna, I think we should just excise this.
Well, you would have to live, you would live in the 7th bedroom if you wanted to do it as a bed and breakfast inn. This applies if you're renting the entire house or the entire ADU. If you're living in one of the 2 structures and you're renting out the bedrooms, then you're a bed and
It's
breakfast.
already a bed and
residence.
breakfast, right.
And this is the point where I would definitely defer to the planning commission. I think there's 4 planning commissioners here, because it was part of the overall package to discourage interests from elsewhere purchasing property or building a house for a commercial business essentially, rather than another.
Is there one of you planning commissioners,
comment on it?
esteemed planning commissioners who can speak to this?
If I come up closer. I didn't spend a lot of time on this, but it was kind of nuanced and maybe one of the other planning commissioners can speak to this, but yes, the incentive intention was as has been spoken. And I think that the distinction as it's written is good.
Other thoughts about that, from commissioners?
I guess I wanna understand, you have a bed and bath,
You have to live there.
you have to live there. So if somebody wanted to do a short-term rental on a large, 6-bedroom or larger facility.
Right.
The question I have in my mind is, if that were not a short-term rental, would it be affordable?
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's none of our business.
I don't think we don't care, right? I mean,
So,
Yeah.
so why the distinction then, maybe? I mean, would it not?
yeah, that's the question.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what do you mean by we don't care?
Well, we don't care why the person has a 6-bedroom house. Right? It's not our
business to
purview,
regulate that, yes.
right? I mean, they may
Or
have
not the
inherited a big building downtown
Sure.
that has 8 bedrooms,
Right,
right? I mean, it's just,
yeah,
it's not really.
there's
part
no
of-
problem to solve
It's
there.
not really part of this, right?
Okay. Yeah, I am struggling to figure out what problem we're solving, except, to me, this has got to have come from trying another way to create incentive for people to rent long-term rather than short-term in their first 2 years of ownership.
And maybe even a disincentive for investment from out of county, out of state, even out of country.
Right.
To build or purchase that kind of residence and then turn it into a business. I think that was what the.
Was the incentive.
So just to clarify then, DCD did not include this provision because we went more towards the one operator for STR. But but working with the prosecuting attorney's office, we developed language that you could include, reintroduce this concept if you wanted to. Into the ordinance.
I'm sorry, I have removed based on the discussion, but would the commissioners like me to put it back? Would you like to see it one more time?
Well, and it's different on your screen, Ariel, than it is in what we have in our
Yeah, she
packet
just removed
today.
it, that's saying.
I
Yeah,
know, but
go ahead and put it
even
back.
if you put it back, that
Right.
language is just not what it says in our packet that we got today.
Can I clarify my earlier comment?
Yes, please.
I thought you were asking me about the distinction between the 5 and fewer and 6 and more.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's what I heard. The 2-year limitation, I'm absolutely in favor of, and it is exactly as staff said, it is to discourage the investment in property for only business purposes, a house for only business purposes. So.
I think one of my concerns about this is that I am not in favor of putting in regulation after someone has already invested and thinking that the regulation was one way and now we're gonna change it. So I wonder if it would still achieve the incentive by making it 1 year rather than 2, because you've had a 1-year moratorium already in place. So someone who was already planning to do this is already been waiting for a year. But this would discourage people going forward. So that's something to consider as well. You're welcome to comment on that.
So the case that you just described is a short-term case, right?
Yes.
And
It's very
so-
short term, just applicable to the people who are
So
affected
if
right
you
now.
had, so from my point of view, if you have a 2-year wait from the purchase of the property and they bought the property before the moratorium, they've already waited a year.
Yeah, they've already.
So
waited a
they
year.
only have another year to wait to meet the 2-year requirement.
It also, of course, pushes demand to the 5-bedroom house that doesn't have this delay that is more affordable, right?
Well, I think the delay should be an all, but I didn't win on that at the planning commission, so.
No, this is just for 6 or more guest rooms.
To clarify that, that's just recommended language based on lots of input. Of course, the board has the discretion to not apply it to the 6 or more. I mean, I would defer to DCD staff to add any input, but this is just sort of a recommendation for discussion purposes, if that makes sense, but it could be, as Commissioner Chair Eisenhower pointed out, this is slightly different than even what the Planning Commission originally recommended, if that makes sense. They did not have the qualifying of 6 or more. This
So
is just-
any house of 5 bedrooms or less does not have the 2-year requirement.
As this draft.
Right, like the planning
Like an
commission.
ADU, just
The planning commission
one
had,
bedroom.
like I said, section 3 would apply to 5 or fewer. Section 4, the planning commission's applied to 6 or more. Because the planning commission kind of felt that we took out some of the restrictions and had the 4% cap.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this 2-year waiting period could be applied to, like Cynthia said, all SDRs. Because like Phil said, there's not a lot of 6 or more, and it would really apply to very many.
Josh, did you say there was a legal concern about this item?
Not that I'm aware of. I think that staff is just neutral on the issue. It's a policy issue. It would present some extra implementation challenge, but
Right.
again, we gravitated towards the limit 1 per operator approach.
I do like that.
And this is what it would look like if it just was applied. You know.
We're not taking public comment today, I'm sorry. It's the planning commissioners and the board of county commissioners and staff.
I don't know, I am leaning toward this, that we've already put in enough to limit. This is not a sword that I want to die on, but I feel like this one is unnecessary to address affordable housing issues as compared to the other issues, but
But this gets right at speculative purchasing, right? Which is a concern that I've heard over and
Yeah,
over again.
But the one per owner also gets at that, so. I'm willing to keep it. I'd rather it be 1 year, but I'm not gonna fight for it. Because I'm in favor of everything that keeps affordable housing, so if we think this is gonna help, I'm okay with it.
I mean, I feel like it does.
And should be gone altogether.
I mean, this is not the hill that I wanna die on here. I think that this is.
You're not gonna die today, Greg.
I know, I mean, metaphorically speaking, I think that this is. At least on target with the goal with affordable housing. I think the one operator, 1 unit per operator is the best of those. Knowing how that even can be gamed a little bit, a little bit of gaming is okay.
We've got a planning commissioner with their hand up.
Oh, yeah, Mike.
Yes, one of the things we considered was people out of state form an LLC, have one, form another LLC, have a second one, and so it just multiplies. If you have a 2-year wait, then it disincentivizes outside speculators. That's why we put it in there, or at least that's my opinion.
Yeah.
You feel like a 1-year wait wouldn't do that? Wouldn't disincentivize?
Half as much.
Half as much.
As long as there's a reason to disincentivize speculation.
I could go either way on this one. I've got bigger issues with other things.
Let's move on and if we want to come back to it, we can. I'm gonna keep.
I think this is our last policy matter to decide.
Lots of time.
I think we have, let's see, we're gonna review in 1 year. Can we talk a little bit about platform-based enforcement? Can you, would you go to that section, Ariel? I just want to make sure I'm sure where we landed on this.
So the DCD version does not necessarily focus on platform-based enforcement, but does have strong enforcement mechanisms and the requirement that short-term rental operators do need to post their permit number on any online platform. And so the online platform needs to demonstrate that it is a permitted short-term rental. And so this is, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
How do we enforce that?
Well, that's gonna be like when Nikki goes onto the website and they say, okay, VRBO, they're renting, if they don't have the county permit number, they're in violation of the code, and then we make them either get a permit or put their permit on the website.
So aren't there others? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, my concern about that, apparently Nikki has magical powers, but Nikki's a specific human and may not always be with the county for the rest of her life. My concern about that is if the county is looking at a listing where a permit is not listed, they cannot then go to you can't see the address of a listing when you're renting on VRBO or Airbnb until you
Right.
rent it. So you would have to rent it, get the address and go to it. You're not gonna do that as staff, so you're gonna, your only ability to figure out what that address would be to ask the owner. And they could not answer, the platform will not reveal that to you. So they have no obligation to tell you where the address is if you're not renting the unit. So it'd be
How
very
else does it get
difficult.
enforced then?
Yeah.
So my understanding, defer to Ariel on this, on the specifics, is that when a local government adopts code, it puts us in a tricky position to tell this third party, this platform to do
Right.
something or not do something, right? They're not looking for a permit, they're not operating them, they're not the operator, they're the platform, right? So that's why the staff version doesn't include some kind of enforcement mechanism on the platform itself. However, that said, it's still a tool. If our code compliance coordinator goes to a website, finds a listing, she'll use every trick in the book to try to figure out where that is. But even so, I mean, we have relationships with some of the platforms. We've had discussions. Some are more cooperative perhaps than others ultimately, but I can see it being one of the various techniques we do to try to find out, to try the extent of the issue, extent of the problem, how many vacation rentals are operating, for example. So, I mean, I can see us going to the platform and saying, hey, you've got a listing here. Tell us more about that. Doesn't have the number, does it? And see what they say. But I mean, yeah, it prevents a trick, but that's, I guess the rationale is what I was describing, why.
Better than
why we
nothing.
took it out of that ordinance.
Yeah.
Have we heard from other counties who had this requirement?
Seattle.
King County, yeah, Seattle, the city of Seattle has it.
Andrew?
The question of platforms, I just want to point out that there are platforms that are not as well managed or traditional as an Airbnb, as an example. So somebody could advertise on Facebook, Craigslist, places I don't even know how to identify perhaps. So there are lots of vehicles out there. Part of my question is, and I maybe didn't ask the question as clearly the other night, and I learned something today from Josh. Permitting started in 2001 on short-term rentals. So what has the oversight been, or what didn't happen, that we can look at and say, well, what could we do differently? That we learned from not being able to properly provide oversight and accountability here to get to almost 500 unpermitted short-term rentals in, well, quite a long time. And that's over 20 years, am I right?
2001.
And I understand the challenges. I mean, the internet's the Wild West, and that's gonna be an awfully difficult thing to stay on top of. And I express, I'm very concerned about the oversight and accountability, because if there isn't any, and there kind of hasn't been, understandably, in terms of resources and the things that you guys have to manage, what impact is it gonna have?
Ariel's got her hand up.
And I want to just say, Title 19, as Ariel pointed out earlier, is the first piece that we've had in code enforcement, and that only came in 2019, 2020. So we haven't had those tools, and it was entirely on, referrals. Now we can be proactive and send a notice of violation to, an unpermitted.
And let me just add real quickly, I also understand, because I've been on the internet a long time, it's really changed in 20 years.
Oh,
So it's kind of a new beast that you have to deal with.
And the platform-based short-term
Yeah,
rentals
all of those.
have been transformed in the last 20 years.
And,
add?
oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt anybody.
Go ahead, Ariel, and then
We'll hear from
Cynthia.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I was just gonna share basically what Commissioner Brotherton did, but just to emphasize that what the county used to have was a complaint-based enforcement model, and that is no longer the case. And so now the county has the ability to do enforcement through a number of ways, and Title 19 allows the director to set the enforcement priorities. And so especially when rolling out a new program, there could be direction to make enforcement efforts, for example, a higher priority, say, and that is contemplated here. So Title 19 really does give the county the ability to enforce on the short-term rentals. I think the question is just if the BOCC still feels like that is not enough enforcement, this also is always something that could be added, supplemented later. Once the program is up and running, it's hard to know how enforcement will go until it's really had time to be in effect. And so that's just something to keep in mind as well.
That's one of the big reasons that I'm interested in this 1-year review, is to really assess how it's going and including how is enforcement going. It would be very important.
Which is another positive point of 2 years. Giving us time to get this whole thing up and running.
She's talking about reviewing the whole code.
Yeah.
Another thing is, we got a number before Granicus and other agencies will offer to crawl the web and find those Airbnbs, and those tools are cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And within a year, I bet we can leverage Nikki or the team at DCD with the tools to be able to get, a database of, these are all the short-term rentals that have, been operating, and these are the ones that you have licensed. And so you can go through and cross-verify that way. There's a lot of ways to get at this data that is on the internet. It is the Wild West, but it is, it's all ones and zeros, and we can capture that more and more.
Cynthia.
So the Plan Commission actually recommended 2 legs of platform-based enforcement.
Yes.
One was that the platform had to register themselves with the county, which we had understood from Brent that was something that other jurisdictions had done. I don't have one in my back pocket to offer you, but that was what we were told by staff. And then the other being this, the platform require the local licensing. And I guess I can't speak, I can say Seattle's doing it. From a technical point of view, all they have to do is say, this is a checkbox that says you have to check this box to post a property. It's not onerous. Nobody's gonna be, you're not asking them to do a lot of work. You're just asking them to add a requirement to a form that somebody who's posting a property would.
Well, why wouldn't it just be that any property that got a permit was posted? Why even have to check a box?
Well, it's just on the field is already there. The question
On the county form or?
No, we're talking about on the platform. So
Oh, okay.
I wanna post a property on a
I
platform.
see, I see.
The platform requires that I put in a license.
Got it.
So the question to me, and maybe clarify if I'm wrong, the question is, there's 2 different levels here. We can ask and say in our ordinance, you need to put your permit number on the platform.
We have the legislative authority to say that.
Right, so that's one thing. The other thing is to say to the platform themselves, you need to require someone to put you don't publish this unless they have put the number there. And my understanding, Ariel, was that there was some guidance around that. Is that true?
So platforms can't be required to publish the content of what's on their internet websites. This is a much longer explanation, but in short, what can be regulated is the platform's behavior. So for example, if the BOCC wanted to add a provision that said the platform will not knowingly process any transaction that does not include a valid permit number, because that is talking about the platform's action.
Knowingly.
We don't have the ability to license platforms, do we?
So some jurisdictions require platforms to get a license. That is currently not something that has been proposed here, but other jurisdictions do that.
but, I mean, not for today, I'm not adding that much scope creep right now, but, if we created a licensure for platforms, that would allow us to start putting conditions in. Part of your license is that you post the number of any unit on the screen. That's when we get the legislative authority over the platforms.
Yes, I think if the county were to require that they have a license and then there was criteria for the license, that is a slightly different analysis than what we have here. And so I think you're correct, Commissioner Brotherton, and that is how I've seen the other jurisdictions do it.
I'm curious whether that be mostly cities, only because cities have business licenses.
Right.
Like Port Townsend has business licenses,
Right.
counties generally don't.
Thank you for pointing that out. That's a huge distance. Yes, that's an important point.
And why you see it in cities and not so much in counties. Okay. Okay, well, so it looks like here we are basically proposing to keep one level of the requirement to post a permit number, but not the other level. Because we're not sure it's enforceable. Is that?
Because we're sure it's not enforceable.
We're sure it's not enforceable. Okay. I'm ready to move on from this one.
This actually go.
I have one question about this, just that, just with consistencies, so bed and breakfasts, hotels, Mount Walker Inn was bought by a corporation that just rents it out on Vacasa now, or Vacasa. So they don't need to list their permit number. We should probably reconcile the code too for bed and breakfasts and hotels as well, so we have consistency. I mean, again, not for today, but does that resonate with you guys?
The bed breakfast residence and bed breakfast inn, that's 1820, 210-1 and 1820, 210-2. Short-term rental is 1820, 210-3.
Right.
So it's a separate, so we're gonna have a separate application for bed and breakfast inn residence than we are for this.
Sure, but if we want consistency across platforms, we're building a culture of permit number on the platform, then we should probably come back and just address that as well.
Would defer to Ariel in terms of the scope of this ordinance, but because we've been focusing on the section that Greg just mentioned, I guess I would say that it's something to come back to in the future, but the end result of that might be more about future proposals for inns, motels, beds and breakfasts, etc. And what we're talking about here, short-term rentals, because we only have 29 permitted and we think there might be hundreds. So we're expecting to get a lot in. So it's an opportunity to have all these new listings have the number. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm only saying that it's a different issue, I think, than having just known inns and motels and so forth, having a permit number.
When they're on the platform.
Because those have already been either permitted or they predate our development regulations.
Okay.
Okay, what's next?
Great
Are we back
question.
to-
I think you've done it. The only other question on your policy question list the last one I think addresses caps. And so I know you spent a lot of time talking about section 3N, but I suppose just the last question, and we are sort of narrowing down to our last couple minutes here, but is just the 4%, just making sure that is the number, the percentage that the BOCC wants, at least initially.
Before we talk about that, can I just also say that I think it's here in 3N as well, I have one kind of remaining question about how the wording or how we would process the wait list. And so maybe that's a smaller issue. So either before or after we talk about caps, I just want to ask that one remaining question.
We've thought about a lottery, but I was voted down on that, but the wait list would be, I think, once you hit the cap, people would add their name to the list.
Yeah.
When people drop off, then we would say, hey, you're at the top of the list, you can apply now.
Okay, and is that, so for example, is that by the date that they applied? Is that how they get to how are they prioritized? How is the processing of it prioritized? Is it by date of application?
Yeah, and it would be awkward too, because I think if we were to take in a complete application with a fee, that would vest them. So we're almost just gonna have someone just sign up. Because we don't want to take their money or their application if we can't process the permit.
Okay, I don't want to make the language too complicated, obviously, but I do want to ward against any sort of bias that could happen on the staff level. So I would feel more comfortable if there was some kind of clarification of how the wait list is processed, even if you just add some language that says by date of completion of, the complete application, or a date that the application is received, whatever you want it to be. But if it's predetermined here, to me, that reduces the possibility that a rogue staff member could just decide on their own.
Ariel,
Ariel,
can you scroll up to that section? We just need to add something,
I think she's there.
Yes,
Oh,
I'm working right here. So the line before it says, if the maximum number of short-term rentals is reached, DCD will have a waiting list for new short-term rentals. And then I just started typing, wait lists are managed by, sort of trying to track your conversation, but I'm happy to put in.
Date the application is received or something like that. I'm sorry, I was looking at the big screen on the wall and it was not updating, so I wasn't seeing what you were
I'm so
doing.
sorry.
I mean, this might warrant its own section as well, just not to be complicated, but.
I will simply
there's a
add
lot
that there is
still here.
we actually do manage a queue already that you
Okay.
might not be aware of. And
How do you do that?
That is it's co-managed with DNR, Department of Natural Resources, Aquatic Resources Division, and it is the waiting list for mooring buoys in Mystery Bay.
There's a,
For by Mariston Island. So
Is
we
there-
already
there's a
managed
sentence
such a
in-
list, and we would just,
there's a
it's-
sentence above, what, sorry,
Is there a way that you manage it that you think is efficient and could be briefly described here?
I think I almost need to refresh my colleagues' memory on this one too, because we don't get many inquiries about that
Yeah.
because, it's a waiting list that doesn't turn over a lot.
Sure, I don't want to limit you guys in terms of, I don't want to make more complication. I just want to clarify how the list gets processed in a way that gives you flexibility, but
Yeah,
also
date of
is
application sounds
predictable.
fair, although as Greg points out, the only tricky part with the date of application is the completed application, but I think it's a date of application. And then we simply say, that we'll mark that date and we'll manage it through EPL, our permitting system, and also have a kind of a list that's publicly available or posted or something of that nature, so that everyone can see the list and know that our future selves.
That's what we want. I want
Wouldn't have control
predictability.
over moving people around the list
Right,
unless.
and like that 3N already has that, where we're gonna say, these are the number of permits we have, these are all that, so it'd be easy just to say, and here's the waiting list. Or something online.
before we have more discussion from people in the room, let's just refresh what we're trying to get done today.
Yeah.
We're trying to get to final language so that we can adopt this ordinance by 4:30. So we have 40 minutes. And there's quite a bit of editing I see needed on the document. So let's just stay focused on what our remaining work that we need to do is. Andrew, do you have something you want to add?
Well, I do. It might not be relevant to the specific discussion, so I don't wanna take you off task.
It's okay.
My concern in speaking with people down in South County, and I know there's always a contingent who will pretend they don't know about permitting, but a lot of people don't.
Yeah.
And how does that get addressed during this process? Because you talk about a queue and people getting in the line, so to speak. They don't know about it. I mean, that may be some of why we've gotten to almost 500.
Yeah, real briefly, I know that Andrew asked the question and there were other comments I didn't answer, so I'm not even sure if there is just one answer to how we got to 400, 500, even if that's true, because that's what we got from grants, right? So I guess I would say that like others said, back in the world in 2001 was quite different, internet, VRBO, Airbnb, those kind of things, right, have just blossomed. Housing crunch has gotten a lot worse, as certainly Liz knows in the back there. So, and there were a period of time that DCD did not have a code person. In fact, I want to say maybe the majority of years between 2001 and
no code.
seriously. So, I mean, I wasn't there the whole time, so I can't say for sure, but I see some nods, like, we just didn't even have that level of sophistication, or there was a different philosophy perhaps around code enforcement, and now we still have voluntary code compliance as our principal aim, but we have more teeth, as was said. In Title 19, we have daily fines, for example, that we didn't have before. So also, we have a tiering system, and short-term rentals essentially were tier 3 out of 3, meaning the lowest priority, unless there were associated problem, like some kind of serious neighborhood issue or really an environmental issue to do with septic management or something like that. And so in this case, though, since we're adopting new regulations and we've been working on this for a year, yeah, we do intend to do kind of a blitz out to try to scope the problem, eventually get a letter, like a form letter that goes out to all the operators that we think are operating to say, hey, these new regulations have been adopted. We can also do we have a new communications person in the county. We've been working with Liz Anderson to try to get a media blitz out. So we're trying our best. I know that you can help spread the word throughout South County. Hey, if you want to get in the queue or you want to make sure you get into the cabbage supply, those kinds of things. So, but even with all those things, we're probably still gonna have folks who find out later. Sure.
Can I just check with the commissioners? Does something like this address the concern? It says DCD shall manage the wait list based on the date of the application.
Yeah.
That's implementable by your staff. Okay, that
So-
addresses my concern.
We were talking about making that and then the sentence before it its own section. Right? Cause
Right. Yeah, I'd certainly prefer that if we could. I would like to break up this still somewhat long, complex section, just so people know. It's easier to kind of track.
so at the beginning of the sentence that starts, if the max, there you go.
Yep. Thank you. You're following along quite well, Ariel. It's like you've done this before.
Thank you. I think this answers the questions, the remaining questions. Are there other issues that the commissioners would like to review? Otherwise, what I might propose is that I could take us from the very top and just go through. I've been trying to highlight anywhere where we potentially made changes. And so just making sure that you get one more run through to look at everything.
One on this, in here, the blue in the middle, the short-term rentals will be distributed, is that supposed to be proportionally? Prepositional?
Okay.
That's a great edit. Thank you very much.
Cynthia.
The two things that I have question marks about are the two, are we, where are we on the question of, are these permits time limited? So we get it for 3 years and then it gets passed off that.
That was
right?
removed.
And then the other was the 2-year, 1 year, no year wait on, and to try to curb speculation.
The draft is at 1 year right now on that, and we didn't,
Is it at 1 year? I thought we left
Well,
it.
that's where-
Oh, yeah.
You said you'd come back.
Based on the discussion, I had put it at 1 year. It seemed to be consent, but I'm happy to make any edits, of course.
Yes, so she has a good point. We did not come back to, that is one that was brought up a lot in conversations about, so from what I understand, the planning commission suggested basically an expiration, that permits expire after 2 years.
I think
or 3 years. And then staff said they felt that was unfair. And we had a brief conversation about it in one of our meetings about the idea that, being able to plan for a business that you've invested dollars, but you can only do it for 3 years before you have to reissue and you might not make it into the cap at that point. So
I agree with that analysis.
I went back and in several conversations with people who are affordable housing advocates. To me, the argument was really, again, the idea is that we want to incentivize homes as long-term homes rather than as short-term rentals as much as possible. And that if we reach the cap, which we still think is a question, we're not sure whether we're going to reach the cap or not. Eventually, I think we will. And I think we're going to reach the cap sooner than
In some
later.
areas, certainly, right?
Yeah. So if we've reached that cap, but then we have basically, those are the only people in the county who get to make money off of their property. And no one else does until someone drops off. Versus, do we want to say, even if it's not 3 years, say 5 years, expires and someone that you're basically giving the opportunity to someone else to make back some of their investment in their property. If we're saying, you know, you only get to do this with one anyway, should we allow that queue to rotate a little bit more than 5 years or 3 years?
When we started this process, we had about 76 short-term rentals.
Mhm.
And then
Now we're to
last year, we're
29.
down to 29, so there was a lot of turnover. I don't know if that's gonna continue, but
Yeah, permitted ones.
That's
Yeah,
permitted.
and I guess I would just add, I know you said, we said it wasn't fair. I guess I would say, I thought there might be a legal issue, which I'll certainly defer to Ariel on. If this is a policy decision the board wants to go, I don't see
Not a
any
big
issue,
position
except
for
for that
them.
it'll be challenging to do, but that doesn't mean we can't do it.
Uh-huh.
And I guess I would say that we already have a de facto renewal process, and that is the inspection process that we're gonna do. So we would simply just add an actual expiration of the permit, whether it's 3 years, 5 years, whatever time frame you want. I guess I would personally do think it wouldn't be necessarily fair to the folks who are the 29. Again, I've separated them into different groups. Got the pre-UDC, got the 29, post-UDC, pre-moratorium. Got the folks who are doing vacation rentals right now without a permit, and then you got new people that we haven't heard from yet. So I guess I would say that if there's a way you could phrase that, if you were going to go in this direction, to maybe say it doesn't apply to those folks who are legal non-conforming, that makes more sense to me. Otherwise, you know, they might have been operating vacation rental for a long time, and it just, then we'd be shutting someone down without, you know, with their permit didn't have that expiration date.
Yeah.
Mike and then Cynthia.
My understanding was that the people that are permitted now can continue to be permitted for the rest of their lives because they did the right thing and got a permit.
So they would be exempt from this.
Yes.
They own the right.
A non.
The way you had written it before.
That are right.
You mean the 29 or whatever it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, not just the way we wrote it, but because of the law, is my understanding. We were told that that is the law, the 29 own the right.
Already,
Because of the takings.
because they're
if you
vested.
Cut them out.
I mean, according to our, again, defer to Ariel, but according to our legal non-conforming policy, then that would be how we've treated other legal non-conforming uses. If they stop the use for more than 3 years, then they lose that legal non-conforming status, but they're actually legally, you can phase out legal non-conforming uses if a local government wanted to. We just, in Jefferson County, I can't remember when we've ever done that.
Okay, do you have something still?
I did, hang on just a second. I think Mike made my point.
Okay, so I'm gonna be chair now and I'm gonna say, let's go through the document. We have half an hour. We're gonna go through the document. Do any kind of micro refinements and try and get to a point where we can pass an ordinance today.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Can I say one sentence? I did remember.
yeah,
Just that I think the fairness is in distributing the right, distributing the opportunity.
okay.
Right. Which is what, I tried to articulate before. So, yes, let's go through, but just recognizing.
We may be inserting a
Yeah, we
sentence.
still haven't decided whether we should reinsert this.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
out there now.
Okay. So Ariel, do you want to go to the top? You want to start at the top?
Yes, thank you. Okay. So just reviewing, there were no substantive changes made. Other than here. So in the whereas section, and please feel free to let me know if you'd like any edits, DCD shall schedule a workshop before the BOCC within 12 months of adopting this ordinance to review the short-term rental program, including but not limited to the established cap amount and whether any adjustments need to be made. I could also add here, I heard a lot of wanting to review how enforcement is going. So if you want to specifically call that out.
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks great.
I like it.
Okay. And then we just for everybody's benefit, there's a slight edit here too, because as you can see, we're editing on the fly. We just wanted to emphasize that if the BOCC does choose to adopt an ordinance, you can make a vote today and then it would be effective prior to the expiration of the moratorium. And of course, if there's any typos, we can fix those. So, but of course, make sure we're getting our substantive sections correct here. And then adding here, this is Commissioner Eisenhower, there was some talk about just making sure that the definitions are consistent with the state statute.
We actually, I think, said explicitly excluding B is what. I believe
Thank
we
you for
can.
clarifying. Okay, so just leaving it 9A? Did I
Yeah, I
capture
think
that intent?
yeah.
Okay,
So we don't want to add that B definition that
Yeah.
would remove,
We
I mean,
decided-
I'd love to.
We decided we weren't going to. I liked it too, but we decided to skip it for now.
Well, I mean, can we, let's read it one more time?
9B says, short-term rental does not include any of the following. Item 1, there is a dwelling unit that is occupied by the owner for at least 6 months during the calendar year in which fewer than 3 rooms are rented at any time.
I'll address a lot of my issues, but
Yeah.
come back to it. I don't know.
Let's leave it for now.
We're taking away a lot of liberty from homeowners.
So by not referencing it here, we're being more
More
restrictive
restrictive.
than the state law, which we can do.
Yeah.
What's the problem with having it in there? I mean, if we all,
Or
Then-
being less, I think, because, again, if you have somebody who's living in a house and they're just renting out 3 or fewer rooms part of the year.
Or they're, they're like, what do they call them? Snowbirders or
right,
snowbirds.
It's not a
Snowbirds.
separate whole facility being rented out, so we're not
Well,
regulating it like STRs like we are with the others.
But I'm gone 6 months and I'm renting my place out for 30 days. My whole house, my whole 3-bedroom
See, I guess I
house.
would say that, and I would just defer to the PAO on the definition, but it says rooms, I guess. So I guess we'd be in a place where somebody is listed on Airbnb now and for half the year.
It's not a short-term rental.
We're not regulating them as a short-term.
No,
rental, even though it
I
says short-term
Yeah, it'd be
rental.
hard to
I
enforce.
just don't understand how it.
I'm agreeing and not putting it in there, but I am lamenting that the thing that
We
that
like
would
the
add
language.
would, I think, protect a homeowner's ability to make some money off their property while they're living there, which still addresses the problem I think we're trying to solve, which is affordable housing, the dearth of affordable housing, but doesn't impact people's liberty, which is, I see all over this regulation, and I don't see any way out of it.
But it's the
today.
same, in the same structure, it would be the bed and breakfast route, not the STR route, so. You wouldn't be limited.
Well, I mean, I think you could have, if I rented out one room in my house and I didn't give them breakfast, that would still be an SDR under the
No.
definition, no?
that's what Greg has been saying all along, but it's in your house.
Right, if you live in the house and you're rent a room, it's not like subject to any of these STR, you're a bed and
You're a bed
breakfast
and breakfast.
residence if it's 3 or fewer.
So it's a conditional use permit. to do
No,
that.
it's a permitted for a residence.
It's permitted for a resident, so I can Airbnb one room in my house with no short-term rental. Okay.
Right,
With no short-term rental permit.
and it's exempted in that cap number.
Okay.
Okay, back to the task,
Yeah,
Ariel.
yep, we're staying
Okay.
with that.
Okay, so we're going down. We decided to keep the one operator, one short-term rental.
And just so you know, people in the room, that screen's not moving for some reason.
Oh, shoot, I'm so sorry. But can you see it, the commissioners?
We can see
We
it.
can see it
Okay.
on our computers.
Okay, the 3N was edited just to clarify, there's gonna be no grace period that's generally applicable. It's just to legal non-conforming uses, 4% cap, the mechanism for how the cap is managed. Is there the reasoning how it's gonna be determined? DCD is gonna manage the wait list.
Can you stop for 1 second?
Mhm.
I just want to make one more last failed pitch for grace period. I mean, do we
Grace
really, grace period for applicants, do we really know how many there are? If there are,
I think that's the point, we don't know.
4.2%, we're gonna say, oh, sorry, you last 10, that's too many. We've decided this arbitrary number is too many. You get to add to the wait list. I'd give a year grace period to let all those people that want to jump in right now.
So then,
That's-
600 people apply,
Yeah,
past our cap.
Mm-mm.
cap doesn't come in until grace period's over.
I mean, if we're gonna have a cap, which
I don't
I
want a
think
cap.
you're saying you don't want a cap at all.
So
but
this
it's
is
not an argument
this
I can
is a
make with
half,
you.
yeah, no, that's not gonna be convincing to me, cause
Yeah.
I just, you're taking away people's ability to use their property in a flexible way.
If we had not declared a housing emergency, I would be with you on that, because I'm also, I would lean toward people's liberty to do what they want to do with their property, but we do have a housing emergency. We have a very real problem here.
I have not seen any causal link to show that, I mean, I looked at Palm Springs, they did this moratorium, it didn't alleviate the affordable housing issue. We need to build more multifamily houses.
We absolutely need to build.
But we're often talking about people that have already made their investment, so we're saying, sorry, no good, we're shutting the door. And I feel like shutting the door on people that have already set down this path is just
I know.
fundamentally not fair.
I think that we do have some good evidence. The WSU study that included Port Townsend was very convincing to me. And I think until we have a better way to solve this problem, we can always come back. I still lean back or lean toward, I would rather be more restrictive now while we have a housing crisis. And then if we feel like we're solving, we don't really have a problem, we can always alleviate this. We can always get rid of this. But I lean towards.
I like having definitions better than, and then adjusting those definitions later.
All right.
Sorry.
I said it would be failed.
But you
Sorry,
made the
buddy.
effort. And I understand why you're making that argument, because that is what I have been really just grappling with the most, is that we also have a accommodations crisis here. I wouldn't call it, actually, I shouldn't use the word crisis, but economically it is a big issue for us. I mean, no matter what people want to say, we are a tourism driven economy. It is a big part of our economy, and I think it's a mistake to not acknowledge that.
And we are converting hotels into housing.
We are, and so I think we need incentive to build more, and that's the next thing that I would like to work on. I know we have concerns in the community about making sure the infrastructure is there and all of that.
Let's stick to this task.
I think
Ariel's
this is
got her
a
hand up.
really important thing to discuss here, because this ultimately is about acknowledging the big concerns that people have had.
And this expires today, and I
It
want to get
does.
the work done.
And we still have 23 minutes.
Hey,
So-
Ariel, what do you want conversation?
Okay, thank you. So commissioners, we're moving down. For now, it sounds like the consensus is to do the prohibition on new short-term ownership of short-term rentals for 1 year. That was kind of a compromise. We left that in. We did include the language that was requested, that was borrowed from Clallam County, that requires the short-term rental operator to make sure that renters know where certain important safety
That's a good call.
requirements are on the property. We left the grace period for non-conforming legal use, and that's it. We're gonna, we had a big discussion about enforcement focusing on Title 19. And so at this time, you have an ordinance before you. I think probably just because we're getting close to the end of the open public meeting, staff would probably recommend that the BOCC please consider a motion or an alternative, and that action should be taken swiftly. Thank you.
May I ask a clarifying question? Actually, I don't know if it's for you, Ariel, or not, but where did the board land on the issue of the expiration of permits?
Thank you.
And also, does it mean that even if we're not up to the cap, someone who has a permit, it's gonna expire period, and they have to reapply no matter what, like paying the reapplication fees, all of that? Just wanna make sure I understand.
I'm not interested in that back in. I know it's not in there now.
It's not in, I just want to clarify for transparency, it's not currently in there.
That's the concern. That's why they're bringing it back up. So I feel like, especially nodding heads in the audience, do you want to make a comment about what your thoughts are on this?
Yeah, I don't understand that, the reason to do that. So what I look at is we see a lot of short-term rentals that, let's say a guy that works at Boeing or a woman that works at Boeing, and they buy a place, they go, gosh, I can afford this if I can STR at some of the year when I'm not over in the summertime or when I'm not there with my family at Christmas. We are really taking, and which historically, look at the whole Hood Canal. That's what that was developed as. And I think we're doing a real disservice on people's ability to be able to come over and visit the area and share it with their families. And in my honest opinion, our affordable housing issue and the short-term rental are two very different things. Housing in the United States is not affordable anymore because building costs are so high.
That's right.
We do not have the developable land to build on in our county for multifamily housing, which is the only affordable housing we can do. This is missing the mark. I applaud you for trying, but it is missing the mark for affordable housing. And I mean, I've been an apartment builder in my previous life before here. There is no ground here. If you want to do an emergency on something, do an emergency and get us property to build affordable housing on or multifamily housing.
We got some for you.
I think we need to work on that
That's
too.
where you gotta go, because you're taking from other people's ability to be able to have something that historically families have had in this area for close to 100 years.
Andrew?
I agree with part of what you're saying.
I want to concur with what LD's saying. Though I'm somebody who would clearly like to see affordable housing addressed, I think they are two different issues. And I'm gonna use the Hood Canal area as a good example. And a lot of the information that's been shared with us, and I'll look for the staff to correct me if I'm wrong. I believe I saw numbers for Quilcene and Brennan around 1,100 dwellings. If you look at the census, we're 900 in Brennan, roughly. So that, doing simple math, tells me there's around 200 dwellings that are vacation. Maybe they're short-term rentals. I don't know. I don't think we really do know. But when I think about capping by zip code in Brennan, now I hesitate to share those numbers because it means more short-term rentals in Brennan than if we were to go based on census, which I understand wouldn't probably make sense. But, also we're looking at fewer short-term rentals down there, which particularly in the Hood Canal area, big tourism impact in my opinion. And then I'm just gonna share, I struggle a little bit, and I understand the need for regulation and safety, and I support all those things. As a business owner myself, I do struggle with putting people who make investment in properties in a position where they can't really do what they bought their property to do. I struggle with that, whether it's 1 or 3, I see the need perhaps, but I struggle with it.
Heard.
This has been a struggling one.
Yeah, it has.
Months, years, really.
I have seen and heard enough over the last many weeks that we've been looking at this to believe that in putting this in place is important for us to kind of create a stake in the ground and understand, and at least start to understand the relationship between short-term rentals and our long-term housing situation. I completely agree that we need to create incentives for more building, both in hotels and in homes, and we can talk more about that. That's a really complex question later. But if a year from now, we have a big wait list and so many people want to run short-term rentals that we just aren't processing enough and everybody's being kept from running their business, then I think we have a different conversation to have at that point, but
We'll just have a black market, I think.
that's what Gene Balls thinks, is that we'll have a black market.
One more real short comment. We had overwhelming public comment against regulating this. And we had a few organizations mainly that came out and said, oh, we really need to do this. And yet the public came out and was pretty vocal against much in the way of regulations. Very few comments. There were some that were made because they were worried about noise and everything. And yet our code enforcement officer said, that's not an issue. We don't have complaints for that kind of thing.
I mean, I would say the amount of comment that we've gotten from the public is vastly in favor of this short-term rental ordinance and more restriction than less. That's what I've seen.
Written comment.
Yes, written
Okay,
code.
not people that came and attended meetings.
Cynthia.
Not as.
My quick comment is, I was the only planning commissioner who went to all three of the public outreach events, which were not the hearings. But beforehand, there were other planning commissioners at individual meetings, but I went to all three and I heard a very different, public sentiment. And very much as Commissioner, Commissioner Heather's.
Yes, it was a very long, complicated.
Just jumping in
last
for acknowledging that there's lots still to say about this, and there always will be. I mean, we could continue talking about this, believe me. I'm looking at
Which we will
Ariel's
do
face.
in a
and she
year.
wants to- I was just asking for clarification because just you had talked about the issue of permit expiration and then it hasn't been included in the ordinance that Ariel just described. So I just want to know. If
Where
you
would
have, is it in there or not?
Where would we
What's-
put it?
What's the expiration?
Oh, let's leave it
Does
out.
it apply to everybody? Does it apply to only some people? Are you talking about full permit?
Yeah.
Application has to be, what if we don't reach the cap? I mean, there's just some questions I have. I just want to know for clarity purposes.
See,
It does, to me, it does mean we're inviting some enforcement.
Yeah, I know
responsibilities.
that I'm coming down on one side and then the other sometimes, or in terms of leaning toward affordability versus not, but, or more strict and less strict with this ordinance. But I actually would say that we should leave this one out because
Agreed.
I feel like it's a whole longer conversation and we can bring this back in a year if you decide. But right now, I feel like this is a place where I'm willing to compromise.
Excellent. It's out.
Sorry about that.
No, I'll take my small
Affordable
victories.
housing people.
Take one. Okay, so Ariel, where were we at?
Ready for
I
this?
think we're ready for motion. I'm showing you the title of the ordinance. If the BOCC feels ready to make a motion, we would ask that be done.
Heather, you ready?
I'd be willing to read this long title, to make a motion to pass. I'll read the long title and then also add the changes that we've made here. So to pass an ordinance. What's that?
You'll say as amended today.
As amended today. To pass an ordinance repealing ordinance 03-0610-24, a moratorium on acceptance and processing of application for hospitality establishment permits for transient residences or transient guest houses pursuant to Jefferson County Code or JCC 18.20.210 parentheses 3. And adopting amendments to Jefferson County Code 17.60, general provisions of Title 17, Master Plan Resorts, Jefferson County Code 18.10, definitions, Jefferson County Code 18.15, land use districts, Jefferson County Code 18.20.200, home business, Jefferson County Code 18.20.210, hospitality establishments, and Jefferson County Code 18.40, permit application and review procedures / SEPA implementation as amended today.
I'll second. I'll have a little more conversation.
Well done. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, but do we want to talk about it before we vote?
I'm glad that we put in the whereases that we're gonna review in a year. I feel like this is a short-sighted ordinance.
Okay.
Any other comments?
I feel like it's important that we lean toward options for affordable housing. And if in a year this doesn't look like it's affecting affordable housing, then I am absolutely willing to reconsider.
We got a lot of input that this was a good path to put ourselves on. So I also look forward to a review in a year, but I feel like this is a good start for us on this policy matter. And I really appreciate staff's hard work on this and
planning commission.
Planning commissions, many long nights of work on this and Ariel's work on this. I mean, all of us have been leaning in and learning and reviewing other jurisdictions' laws and regulations. It's been a big lean
It's
this
been a
one.
big lean, yeah.
Yeah, so I appreciate the work and I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion on the floor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know. Some happy people, some not happy people, some half happy. I think we all feel that.
Thank you, commissioners. Do you need me
Oh,
for
yeah.
anything else? Otherwise, I'll excuse myself.
Bye, all
You're
right.
done, Ariel.
Right.
Thank you. I was thinking about her having
Yeah, I
babies
saw
at home.
dates and I'm not locking the door. Greg, for your position about the.
See them, all right.
Different types that you live on premise versus not. Incorporate that into there, so you can use that language.
It's Airbnb a lot, not around here. Where I go. Airbnb.
One this month in the city, I must look at it differently too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you find a neighborhood?
Guys, we're not gonna have time to do great things. I did have a little bit, on the 28th, I talked to both.
And so.
Yeah, just take your conversation outside. We still have business to do in here. Thank you.
Folks online won't be able to
Thank
get.
you. Bill Hunsucker has his hand up. Bill? Yeah, we're bringing you over.
Thank you.
Bill? Hi.
I'm here. I'm just saying, I was just gonna say, I think you have time to sign it today.
We need to do that.
We'll need the
Yeah.
amendments. Yeah.
I'm emailing right now, Carolyn.
Did you get the ordinance number?
Yes,
Three.
yes, thank you.
Okay, well, she's printing, I can tell you that, and you may have more updated information if you had a chance to meet with either Steve or Mike when you were in Olympia.
I did not. get to
Okay.
meet either one.
So this was before the budgets were released, the Friday before, but they already kind of knew where things were
Right.
headed. The $3 million for sewer was not likely to be happening.
Yeah.
That we asked for. There were no design funds for the pool in either budget.
Yeah.
Mike did recommend looking at the Public Works Assistant Fund for sewer funding. Right. But
That's why I was asking about Emily Randall's community funding program was if we weren't gonna get all the way there with the sewer.
but we had already decided that we were prioritizing Mason Street for this year.
Right, understood, but does that mean so the recommendation is you can only put in one? All right, that's.
For some of us, I'm not sure if that's,
That was what we'd heard,
okay, for any of them.
to put the same request in all three portals, sorry.
And is that the recommendation by Stephanie, our lobbyist,
Yeah.
should we confirm that? I mean, I feel like it's really important that we get all the way there for the sewer.
Yeah, and we have a little bit of time with Emily.
Yeah,
It's 18th, I think.
18, so
Yeah.
should we just
I can
explore a
check,
little
I can
bit?
check with Stephanie.
Okay,
Mill Road was not in the House budget, but it was in the Senate budget, the Mill Road roundabout. Trust land transfer is funded to about $6 million. The pool funding, what did he say? Mike said, he said that we don't like to fund design on the Senate side. Ask for construction funding after the PFD is formed.
What did Steve say? He was our sponsor on it.
He said there was no funding for no design funds for the pool.
no design funds.
Yeah. Mike let me know that they've got funding in the Senate budget for travel for the port.
That's for the boatyard expansion, right? 500K for the boatyard.
Yeah, I
expansion?
believe so. And this, I can't even read my own handwriting on this one.
Olympic Housing Trust got money for Dundee as well. One of them, the house budget.
The encumbered lands and replacement lands, the whole natural climate solutions proposal has $44 million in the House version that looks to be in good shape. And they both suggested that we look at the budgets and send comments.
Yeah.
If we have comments about what's in the budget or not. And if you want to just do that individually, or you want to get your comments to me, then I can march them down there next time I go.
I can make comments directly.
But I just thought those might be,
Yeah,
that's the intel I got the day before the budgets were released.
Okay. And we know we were listening to some big impacts for public health today.
Were you on the WhatsApp call? Yeah.
Yeah, just I had some meetings that I was still trying to grab last minute information about short-term rentals, but I didn't catch the second half of it.
I think it would be good to have a workshop on that.
I think it would be too.
Maybe at the Board of Health might be better forum for it. I don't know.
Yep.
Because we're all there and then everyone else is there too.
Yep.
Can I talk briefly about something else we've got to consider?
Yeah.
Budget appropriation hearing we set this morning. We've had some requests on the housing side that we need to either consider or reject, but we've got a request for 150K out above what we have in any funds
Oh, outside of Housing Fund Board.
well, I mean, there's no money in Housing Fund Board. We used extra money last time that we had to operate the emergency shelter for a year. Contract is ending at the end of June. Whether Bayside continues for a little while longer, if Coswell Brown Phase 3 is not ready, or Phase 3, when it is ready, they don't have operational dollars either, and Dove House. Yeah, and Dove House also had some significant budget cuts, so came asking for funds. We can start talking to the city, but I think we should probably have a workshop about this.
It's not included in the current budget appropriations. I did talk to Judy about it, but it never made it to she can do an emergency hearing.
Okay, I also did hear over the weekend that there's some movement toward local nonprofit purchasing the mobile home parks, but
both of them?
Potentially both of them, but it might require some at least partial input from the county if to show support for some potential state money that could go there.
Are your input, you mean money from the county?
Yep. So
Well, all
that
this stuff
could be-
needs to get written down in writing.
Yeah, that could get folded into that workshop if we addressed it all together. And by then I would potentially have more input about that.
Well,
We need to talk to Steve there.
Daddy Warbucks is gone. We could just ask Monty for it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They might have other priorities that
Sounds
need
like
money too.
He's got the key to the castle right now.
I think he left me the keys.
I mean,
Yeah. The Ferrari's parked in the garage.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Okay, well, it sounds like it would be good, to get those thoughts organized and into a workshop.
BOCC workshop or Housing Fund Board workshop?
I think a BOCC workshop.
So too.
I'm not gonna be at the next Housing Fund Board meeting, but we gotta start addressing this and whether
Yeah.
there's any others. If there's
We
not,
have to
then-
figure it out. Okay, so.
Get with our agenda gal over here.
But so next week's not looking good.
Okay.
I pulled out the one thing. I was gonna
Oh,
talk about
you
Glen
wanna
Cove
replace
next
it
week.
with
If Judy's available, I don't know.
Might be good for Mark to be back a week. 'Cause he's,
Yeah.
so C and Judy can put together the numbers,
Do it 2 weeks from now.
if that works.
And
I'll
I'll
ask her.
I'll work on just getting a little more clarity. I need to talk to Steve Derringer and see how serious he is about finding money for that and what would be a meaningful contribution from the county. He seems to be asking for the county and or the city to
Okay.
contribute, and then he can willing to find some dollars so I can get more
Glass
clarity
of
about
dry
that. within 2
rosé.
weeks.
Yeah. And the thing I pulled next week, I was gonna share some analysis we did on Glen Cove, but I'm gonna try to do that at the ICD meeting instead, because it really involves.
Do we not want a clean version of all this?
I think we want
They
to
give you the red
sign,
line?
this is the red line.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know.
I wonder if she gave everything.
Ariel, did you email the?
Yes,
Clean
I'm
version.
sending a clean version right now. So you'll have a red line version and a clean version. Apologies, the red line got sent first.
No, you don't need to sign the red line. No.
The actual
We signed the
ordinance
ordinance.
change.
Yep.
The
Just
ordinance
the
look-
actual ordinance.
The ordinance looks good.
Come on, guys, we gotta get a sign.
Yeah, you have
Oh,
1
one-
minute.
Okay.
So if I just hold this for a minute, you're saying that it doesn't?
Oh, Greg.
It's signed.
Sign.
Got it,
Thank
done.
you.
4:30. We are adjourned.